Welcome, everyone. I'll call the June 10th, 2025 school regular monthly meeting to order. Ms. Dance, we have all board members here. We will begin tonight with the invocation by Mr. Sullivan and the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Tippett.
To start the fall, school in the fall. We also ask that you watch over our administrators and our school principals and assistant principals as they plan for the next school year. Give them wisdom and insight on how to plan so they can effectively serve our students. God, we just thank you for the opportunity that we as a board have the opportunity to serve our community, our students and our teachers and our parents. We just ask that you grant us wisdom, give us the insight, clarity of thought to do what's best for all of our students. And we ask all these things in Jesus' name.
Amen. So if you face the flag and join me, we honor America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remember Tony Brown?
Absolutely. Always. There is no talk.
That's right. That comment is not there.
Thank y'all. I will now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
No, excuse me.
Madam
I didn't do it. Wasn't me this time.
Madam Chair, make a motion that we enter in closed session for the purpose pursuant to the general statute 143, 318, 11A1, 3, 5, and 6 to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel files under general statute 115C, 321, to consider matters relating to the initial employment of an individual employee and to consult with the board's attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Carroll. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0. We are now in closed session.
We're standing here today in beautiful Clayton, North Carolina at the home of Cooper Academy, where we're in the middle of a big addition for Cooper. We're excited about this addition. It's going to provide 20 classrooms, some much needed upgraded space for this beautiful old school. We're excited about that opportunity. Behind me and around me today they're getting ready to lay sod and do some dirt work. The brick is all up at this school. They're putting some doors and windows in, starting to work on the finishing touches of this school. So this fall, our students and staff will be able to walk into a brand new addition here at Cooper. We're so excited to just bring this to this wonderful community here. We are so thankful for all the stakeholders that participated in this to make this possible, from the county commissioners to the school board, to ultimately to the taxpayers, for Cooper Academy to be able to have this beautiful new addition in this community.
What What I like most about JCPS is the opportunity to build authentic relationships with stakeholders that extend beyond the walls of our school. We've had the opportunity to have our students take part in field trips all across the state of North Carolina, and that allows our students to be exposed to various learning opportunities, but it also allows our community to be visible on the state level, and we're grateful for those continued partnerships, that continued visibility as we continue and strive to be one of the flagship elementary schools, not only in Johnston County, but in the Triangle. Cleveland Elementary School is what I consider the best elementary school, not only in Johnston County, but in the Triangle. We are a large school with a small community feel, and we have the opportunity to build lasting relationships with students and community stakeholders that last a lifetime. And I'm just proud to wear that badge. I'm proud to represent Cleveland, which offers me the opportunity to build memories, lasting relationships with stakeholders that I'll carry throughout my career. My wife is also a math teacher here in the district. My younger brother is a former teacher at Smithfield Middle School here with JCPS, but it's again a family feel and a very large system, and we've sort of rearranged our lives here to be in the service of kids in this community, and we're just really excited to continue to carry that torch forward in the work that we do each and every day. I would say to those interested in a career with Johnston County Public Schools to give it a shot. It is a large system with a small community feel. I'm really grateful as a principal for the support offered to me by our superintendent, Dr. Bracie. He is a principal superintendent, and it's just been a fulfilling career. I'm excited to begin my 9th year with JCPS next school year, and I've also had the opportunity to travel and get various professional development opportunities, which have thus grown me as a professional. But I would say to those out there seeking to join a great and strong team, that JCPS is the way to go. My name is Dr. Ryan Ewell, and I'm the proud principal of Cleveland Elementary School, and great things are happening in JCPS.
Johnston County Public Schools is such an amazing place where you know that the teachers and the students are cared so much for. You walk into any school and you just feel the sense of community around you, whether you're in the classroom or whether you're in the office or even up at county offices. You just feel like the sense of community within all of the people. I think what I like most is that I'm always learning, as well as my students are always learning. Learning is definitely something that Johnston County Schools takes so seriously, and you know that your students have the best teachers, and I always feel so supported by my support staff and by my administration, and I just know that they have my best interests at heart as well as my students. I would say that Johnston County Public Schools is a community of very strong leaders. No matter where you are, everyone seems to have a sense of leadership, and they know what they have to do and they know when they have to do it. I chose Johnston County Public Schools because I knew from the beginning that this is where I wanted to be. I was a student at Johnston County Public Schools, and there was never a day where I didn't feel safe and loved and cared for as a student. So I wanted to be that same teacher and care and love for my students the same way I felt. I would tell anyone joining the JCPS family that it's an amazing place to be, and I 100% recommend working for this district. I have loved every single second of it, and no matter what school you are at, you will know that you will be supported and loved and cared for. My name is Allison Bayou. I'm a teacher at Riverwood Elementary, and great things are happening in JCPS.
It's a great day to be here at Wilsons Mills High School, the future home of the Green Waves. We just had our beam signing and topping out ceremonies. So we've just set the last piece of structural steel on Wilsons Mills High School. As you can see behind me, this is going to be the future front entrance of Wilsons Mills High School. Currently, there's exterior sheathing going on, finishing up some concrete, field houses, but we've already got a lot of exciting things like the grandstands. A lot of the concrete has been poured, get ready to do some waterproofing and brick. We're excited about where we're at in this process and where we're going. We're also really excited because not only are we only a little over 400 days from opening this school up to our teachers to come in, but for our students to be able to be on this campus and to be able to use all the athletic facilities and the school as we start a new season for the Green Wave. And we are just grateful for everybody's participation, from the taxpayers to the commissioners to the Board of Education. And we look forward to the progress over the next 400 days as we get to completion.
To me, working in Johnston County Public Schools means growth. Not only growth for our students, but our educators as well as parents. This district provides so many opportunities for everyone to grow. And what I really love about this district is that students are supported academically and supported socially and emotionally. So this district as a whole means a lot, and it definitely focuses on being innovative and creating opportunities for educators to grow. I like the collaboration. In about 80% of the professional development that Johnston County has provided for myself and other educators, we are always constantly collaborating. We're growing, we're focusing on our students, all of our staff, and how we can better support our parents. So what I enjoy is the collaboration and the dedication. Our district leaders do a great job of providing positive, collaborative opportunities for all of us. Throughout my internship, I've been able to attend professional developments. We have something called Assistant Principal Institute, which is every few weeks, and that's been a great opportunity too. It gives me a chance to, again, increase my toolkit, but also have the chance to speak with other assistant principals about what's going on in the district and how we can navigate through different problems. So for those who are interested in being an educational leader, find a district like Johnston County. Find one that is focused on community, focus on growth, and focus on student academic success. Because as an educational leader, when you grow, you learn ways to support your students, your staff, and your parents. And as a whole, the school continues to grow. So if you want a district that not only focuses on student academic success, but also the professional growth of you as a leader, then Johnston County is the district you should choose. My name is Crystal Glover. I'm currently a principal intern at Cooper Academy, and great things are happening in JCPS.
What brought me to Johnston County Schools was a better school climate for my son. I didn't know much about Johnston County Public Schools, but I visited Clayton Middle, and the warmth that I felt from the administrators when I was interviewed and from the receptionist made me leave that interview saying, I want to work here. And then after that, it was just opportunities for growth, opportunities to get a lot of support for myself professionally and my students. As a principal of Selma Elementary, I find most rewarding being a life changer, being able to work in a place where you have purpose, where this is a mission that is to build community, to change lives, and it also gives you the opportunity for me to grow as a leader, as a mentor, as a professional, and as a human being. What I would say about anyone who wants to work in Johnston County Public Schools is that this is the perfect place if you want to achieve your dreams as an educator, if you want to feel supported, if you feel that you need to work in a place with true focus on student learning, on life-changing opportunities. This is the place to be. My name is Maritza Rosado, principal of Selma Elementary, and great things are happening in JCPS.
I graduated from NC State last May, and I got a job at South Johnston High School, so this is my first year teaching. but I went to Johnston County Public Schools all throughout my life. Oh, it's been phenomenal. I mean, all my coworkers are great people. My admin are very supportive, and that's just at my local school. So I would love to be able to go out to other schools and meet those wonderful people there. But just so far with my school and the district, all the people I've met, like people around the county office or people who are support staff who work for the curriculum people, they're all wonderful people and are all so helpful. So my time here has been excellent so far. Because I went to school here my entire life. I started at 4 Oaks Elementary, then I went to 4 Oaks Middle School, and then South Johnston High School where I graduated. And so it's really nice to be able to kind of, go off to a university, learn some things, learn more about myself, and then be able to come back to these schools in this area to be able to kind of bring that knowledge with me, but also just continue the greatness that I experienced growing up. I could kind of help keep that going for, more students down the line. Just the community feel. I mean, it feels, especially at South Johnston High School, but I kind of mentioned it earlier, for everybody I've met, it feels the same way. It feels like everybody kind of has like a united vision here. Everybody's on the same path. Everybody's on the same, everyone wants the same end goal, and that is to help students. Like one of my admin at school always says that we're in the student business. That's what our job is. And I think everybody kind of has that collective goal, especially at my school, and everyone I've met so far outside of my school in the district feels the same way. My experience has been so great so far. This is my first year, and that is because they're in the student business. And I feel like that every day because of the shared experience that I've had with my admin, the shared experience that I've had with people in the county, the shared is people like you guys who I've just met for the first time. Everyone's so nice, friendly, and they all seem like they're pushing towards a common goal. And that's just one of the things I got in education for, and it's one of the reasons I want to stay in education. So Johnston County is like just everything I've wanted it to be so far. Hi, my name's Austin Denning. I'm a math teacher at South Johnston High School, and great things are happening at JCPS.
I have been with Johnston County Public School for 4 years now, and it's been one of the most amazing experiences. From the very beginning, I have felt welcome and supported, not only as an educator, but as a whole person. Being part of a district that supports bilingual education allowed me to grow in my role as a teacher, and while also learning from colleagues and leaders who are truly passionate about student success. What I love most about being part of JCPS is the strong sense of community and collaboration, whether it is with fellow teachers, families, administrators. Everyone is working together to help students succeed. I know the district is large, but it still feels personal. We are all working together for a shared purpose, that is to do what is best for the kids. Someone who is considering starting a career at Johnston County School, I would say go for it. JCPS is a place where your talent and passion will be valued. You will feel inspired, supported, and challenged. It is a district that believes in its educators and gives you room to grow. My name is Micaela Costa, and I'm a dual language first grade teacher at Selma Elementary School, and great things are happening in JCPS. Mi nombre es Micaela Costa y soy maestra de primer grado del programa de Dual Language, y grandes cosas están pasando en JCPS.
We're standing here today in beautiful Clayton, North Carolina at the home of Cooper Academy, where we're in the middle of a big addition for Cooper. We're excited about this addition. It's going to provide 20 classrooms, some much needed upgraded space for this beautiful old school. We're excited about that opportunity. Behind me and around me today they're getting ready to lay sod and do some dirt work. The brick is all up at this school. They're putting some doors and windows in, starting to work on the finishing touches of this school. So this fall, our students and staff will be able to walk into a brand new addition here at Cooper. We're so excited to just bring this to this wonderful community here. We are so thankful for all the stakeholders that participated in this to make this possible, from the county commissioners to the school board, to ultimately to the taxpayers, for Cooper Academy to be able to have this beautiful new addition in this community.
What I like most about JCPS is the opportunity to build authentic relationships with stakeholders that extend beyond the walls of our school. We've had the opportunity to have our students take part in field trips all across the state of North Carolina, and that allows our students to be exposed to various learning opportunities, but it also allows our community to be visible on the state level, and we're grateful for those continued partnerships, that continued visibility, as we continue and strive to be one of the flagship elementary schools, not only in Johnston County, but in the Triangle. Cleveland Elementary School is what I consider the best elementary school, not only in Johnston County, but in the Triangle. We are a large school with a small community feel, and we have the opportunity to build lasting relationships with students and community stakeholders that last a lifetime. And I'm just proud to wear that badge. I'm proud to represent Cleveland, which offers me the opportunity to build memories, lasting relationships with stakeholders that I'll carry throughout my career. My wife is also a math teacher here in the district. My younger brother is a former teacher at Smithfield Middle School here with JCPS. But it's, again, a family feel and a very large system. And we've sort of rearranged our lives here to be in the service of kids in this community. And we're just really excited to continue to carry that torch forward in the work that we do each and every day. I would say to those interested in a career with Johnston County Public Schools to give it a shot. It is a large system with a small community feel. I'm really grateful as a principal for the support offered to me by our superintendent, Dr. Bracie. He is a principal superintendent, and it's just been a fulfilling career. I'm excited to begin my 9th year with JCPS next school year, and I've also had the opportunity to travel and get various professional development opportunities, which have thus grown me as a professional. But I would say to those out there seeking to join a great and strong team that JCPS is the way to go. My name is Dr. Ryan Ewell, and I'm the proud principal of Cleveland Elementary School, and great things are happening in JCPS.
Johnston County Public Schools is such an amazing place where you know that the teachers and the students are cared so much for. You walk into any school and you just feel the sense of community around you, whether you're in the classroom or whether you're in the office or even up at county offices. You just feel like the sense of community within all the people. I think what I like most is that I'm always learning, as well as my students are always learning. Learning is definitely something that Johnston County Schools takes so seriously, and you know that your students have the best teachers, and I always feel so supported by my support staff and by my administration, and I just know that they have my best interests at heart as well as my students. I would say that Johnston County Public Schools is a community of very strong leaders. No matter where you are, everyone seems to have a sense of leadership, and they know what they have to do and they know when they have to do it. I chose Johnston County Public Schools because I knew from the beginning that this is where I wanted to be. I was a student at Johnston County Public Schools, and there was never a day where I didn't feel safe and loved and cared for as a student. So I wanted to be that same teacher and care and love for my students the same way I felt. I would tell anyone joining the JCPS family that it's an amazing place to be, and I 100% recommend working for this district. I have loved every single second of it, and no matter what school you are at, you will know that you will be supported and loved and cared for. My name is Allison Bayu. I'm a teacher at Riverwood Elementary, and great things are happening in JCPS.
It's a great day to be here at Wilsons Mills High School, the future home of the Green Waves. We just had our beam signing and topping out ceremonies. So we've just set the last piece of structural steel on Wilsons Mills High School. As you can see behind me, this is going to be the future front entrance of Wilsons Mills High School. Currently there's exterior sheathing going on, finishing up some concrete, field houses, but we've already got a lot of exciting things like the grandstands. A lot of the concrete has been poured. Get ready to do some waterproofing and brick. We're excited about where we're at in this process and where we're going. We're also really excited because not only are we only a little over 400 days from opening this school up to our teachers to come in, but for our students to be able to be on this campus and to be able to use all the athletic facilities and the school as we start a new season for the Green Wave. And we are just grateful for everybody's participation, from the taxpayers to the commissioners to the Board of Education. And we look forward to the progress over the next 400 days as we get to completion.
working in Johnston County Public Schools means growth. Not only growth for our students, but our educators as well as parents. This district provides so many opportunities for everyone to grow. And what I really love about this district is that students are supported academically and supported socially and emotionally. So this district as a whole means a lot, and it definitely focuses on being innovative and creating opportunities for educators to grow. I like the collaboration. And about 80% of the professional development that Johnston County has provided for myself and other educators, we are always constantly collaborating. We're growing, we're focusing on our students, all of our staff, and how we can better support our parents. So what I enjoy is the collaboration and the dedication. Our district leaders do a great job of providing positive, collaborative opportunities for all of us. Throughout my internship, I've been able to attend professional developments. We have something called Assistant Principal Institute, which is every few weeks, and that's been a great opportunity too. It gives me a chance to, again, increase my toolkit, but also have the chance to speak with other assistant principals about what's going on in the district and how we can navigate through different problems. So for those who are interested in being an educational leader, find a district like Johnston County. Find one that is focused on community, focus on growth, and focus on student academic success. Because as an educational leader, when you grow, you learn ways to support your students, your staff, and your parents. And as a whole, the school continues to grow. So if you want a district that not only focuses on student academic success, but also the professional growth of you as a leader, then Johnston County is the district you should choose. My name is Crystal Glover. I'm currently a principal intern at Cooper Academy, and great things are happening in JCPS.
What brought me to Johnston County Schools was a better school climate for my son. I didn't know much about Johnston County Public Schools, but I visited Clayton Middle, and the warmth that I felt from the administrators when I was interviewed and from the receptionist make me leave that interview saying, I want to work here. And then after that, it was just opportunities for growth, opportunities to get a lot of support for myself professionally and my students. As a principal of Selma Elementary, I find most rewarding being a life changer, being able to work in a place where you have purpose, where this is a mission that is to build community, to change lives, and it also gives you the opportunity for me to grow as a leader, as a mentor, as a professional, and as a human being. What I would say about anyone who wants to work in Johnston County Public Schools is that this is the perfect place if you want to achieve your dreams as an educator, if you want to feel supported, if you feel that you need to work in a place with true focus on student learning, on life-changing opportunities. This is the place to be. My name is Maritza Rosado, principal of Selma Elementary, and great things are happening in JCPS.
I graduated from NC State last May, and I got a job at South Johnston High School. So this is my first year teaching, but I went to Johnston County Public Schools all throughout my life. Oh, it's been phenomenal. I mean, all my coworkers are great people. My admin are very supportive, and that's just at my local school. So I would love to be able to go out to other schools and meet those wonderful people there. But just so far with my school and the district, all the people I've met, like people around the county office or people who are support staff who work for the curriculum people, they're all wonderful people and are all so helpful. So my time here has been excellent so far. Because I went to school here my entire life. I started at 4 Oaks Elementary, then I went to 4 Oaks Middle School, and then South Johnston High School where I graduated. And so it's really nice to be able to kind of, go off to a university, learn some things, learn more about myself, and then be able to come back to these schools in this area to be able to kind of bring that knowledge with me, but also just continue the greatness that I experienced growing up. I could kind of help keep that going for, more students down the line. Just the community feel. I mean, it feels, especially at South Johnston High School, but I kind of mentioned it earlier, for everybody I've met, it feels the same way. It feels like everybody kind of has like a united vision here. Everybody's on the same path. Everybody's on the same, everyone wants the same end goal, and that is to help students. Like one of my admin That school always says that we're in the student business. That's what our job is. And I think everybody kind of has that collective goal, especially at my school, and everyone I've met so far outside of my school in the district feels the same way. My experience has been so great so far. This is my first year, and that is because they're in the student business. And I feel like that every day because of the shared experience that I've had with my admin, the shared experience that I've had with people in the county, the shared is people like you guys who I've just met for the first time. Everyone's so nice, friendly, and they all seem like they're pushing toward the common goal. And that's just one of the things I got an education for, and it's one of the reasons I want to stay in education. So Johnston County is like just everything I've wanted it to be so far. Hi, my name is Austin Denning. I'm a math teacher at South Johnston High School, and great things are happening at JCPS.
I have been with Johnston County Public School for 4 years now, and it's been one of the most amazing experiences. From the very beginning, I have felt welcome and supported, not only as an educator, but as a whole person. Being part of a district that supports bilingual education allowed me to grow in my role as a teacher, and while also learning from colleagues and leaders who are truly passionate about student success. What I love most about being part of JCPS is the strong sense of community and collaboration, whether it is with fellow teachers, families, administrators. Everyone is working together to help students succeed. I know the district is large, but it still feels personal. We are all working together for a shared purpose, that is to do what is best for the kids. Someone who is considering starting a career at Johnston County School, I would say go for it. JCPS is a place where your talent and passion will be valued. You will feel inspired, supported, and challenged. It is a district that believes in its educators and gives you room to grow. My name is Micaela Costa, and I'm a dual language first grade teacher at Selma Elementary School, and great things are happening in JCPS. Mi nombre es Micaela Costa y soy maestra de primer grado del programa de Dual Language, y grandes cosas están pasando en JCPS.
We're standing here today in beautiful Clayton, North Carolina at the home of Cooper Academy, where we're in the middle of a big addition for Cooper. We're excited about this addition. It's going to provide 20 classrooms, some much needed upgraded space for this beautiful old school. We're excited about that opportunity. Behind me and around me today they're getting ready to lay sod and do some dirt work. The brick is all up at this school. They're putting some doors and windows in, starting to work on the finishing touches of this school. So this fall, our students and staff will be able to walk into a brand new addition here at Cooper. We're so excited to just bring this to this wonderful community here. We are so thankful for all the stakeholders that participated in this to make this possible, from the county commissioners to the school board, to ultimately to the taxpayers, for Cooper Academy to be able to have this beautiful new addition in this community.
What I like most about JCPS is the opportunity to build authentic relationships with stakeholders that extend beyond the walls of our school. We've had the opportunity to have our students take part in field trips all across the state of North Carolina, and that allows our students to be exposed to various learning opportunities, but it also allows our community to be visible on the state level, and we're grateful for those continued partnerships, that continued visibility, as we continue and strive to be one of the flagship elementary schools, not only in Johnston County, but in the Triangle. Cleveland Elementary School is what I consider the best elementary school, not only in Johnston County, but in the Triangle. We are a large school with a small community feel, and we have the opportunity to build lasting relationships with students and community stakeholders that last a lifetime. And I'm just proud to wear that badge. I'm proud to represent Cleveland, which offers me the opportunity to build memories, lasting relationships with stakeholders that I'll carry throughout my career. My wife is also a math teacher here in the district. My younger brother is a former teacher at Smithfield Middle School here with JCPS, but it's again a family feel and a very large system, and we've sort of rearranged our lives here to be in the service of kids in this community, and we're just really excited to continue to carry that torch forward in the work that we do each and every day. I would say to those interested in a career with Johnston County Public Schools to give it a shot. It is a large system with a small community feel. I'm really grateful as a principal for the support offered to me by our superintendent, Dr. Bracie. He is a principal superintendent, and it's just been a fulfilling career. I'm excited to begin my 9th year with JCPS next school year, and I've also had the opportunity to travel and get various professional development opportunities, which have thus grown me as a professional. But I would say to those out there seeking to join a great and strong team that JCPS is the way to go. My name is Dr. Ryan Yule, and I'm the proud principal of Cleveland Elementary School, and great things are happening in JCPS.
Johnston County Public Schools is such an amazing place where you know that the teachers and the students are cared so much for. You walk into any school and you just feel the sense of community around you, whether you're in the classroom or whether you're in the office or even up at county offices. You just feel like the sense of community within all the people. I think what I like most is that I'm always learning, as well as my students are always learning. Learning is definitely something that Johnston County Schools takes so seriously, and you know that your students have the best teachers, and I always feel so supported by my support staff and by my administration, and I just know that they have my best interests at heart as well as my students. I would say that Johnston County Public Schools is a community of very strong leaders. No matter where you are, everyone seems to have a sense of leadership, and they know what they have to do and they know when they have to do it. I chose Johnston County Public Schools because I knew from the beginning that this is where I wanted to be. I was a student at Johnston County Public Schools, and there was never a day where I didn't feel safe and loved and cared for as a student. So I wanted to be that same teacher and care and love for my students the same way I felt. I would tell anyone joining the JCPS family that it's an amazing place to be, and I 100% recommend working for this district. I have loved every single second of it, and no matter what school you are at, you will know that you will be supported and loved and cared for. My name is Allison Bayou. I'm a teacher at Riverwood Elementary, and great things are happening in JCPS.
It's a great day to be here at Wilsons Mills High School, the future home of the Green Waves. We just had our beam signing and topping out ceremonies. So we've just set the last piece of structural steel on Wilsons Mills High School. As you can see behind me, this is going to be the future front entrance of Wilsons Mills High School. Currently there's exterior sheathing going on, finishing up some concrete, field houses, but we've already got a lot of exciting things like the grandstands. A lot of the concrete has been poured. Get ready to do some waterproofing and brick. We're excited about where we're at in this process and where we're going. We're also really excited because not only are we only a little over 400 days from opening this school up to our teachers to come in, but for our students to be able to be on this campus and to be able to use all the athletic facilities and the school as we start a new season for the Green Wave. And we are just grateful for everybody's participation, from the taxpayers to the commissioners to the Board of Education. And we look forward to the progress over the next 400 days as we get to completion.
To me, working in Johnston County Public Schools means growth. Not only growth for our students, but our educators as well as parents. this district provides so many opportunities for everyone to grow. And what I really love about this district is that students are supported academically and supported socially and emotionally. So this district as a whole means a lot, and it definitely focuses on being innovative and creating opportunities for educators to grow. I like the collaboration. In about 80% of the professional development that Johnston County has provided for myself and other educators, we are always constantly collaborating. We're growing, we're focusing on our students, all of our staff, and how we can better support our parents. So what I enjoy is the collaboration and the dedication. Our district leaders do a great job of providing positive, collaborative opportunities for all of us. Throughout my internship, I've been able to attend professional developments. We have something called Assistant Principal Institute, which is every few weeks, and that's been a great opportunity too. It gives me a chance to, again, increase my toolkit, but also have the chance to speak with other assistant principals about what's going on in the district and how we can navigate through different problems. So for those who are interested in being an educational leader, find a district like Johnston County. Find one that is focused on community, focus on growth, and focus on student academic success. Because as an educational leader, when you grow, you learn ways to support your students, your staff, and your parents. And as a whole, the school continues to grow. So if you want a district that not only focuses on student academic success, but also the professional growth of you as a leader, then Johnston County is the district you should choose. My name is Crystal Glover. I'm currently a principal intern at Cooper Academy, and great things are happening in JCPS.
What brought me to Johnston County Schools was a better school climate for my son. I didn't know much about Johnston County Public Schools, but I visited Clayton Middle, and the warmth that I felt from the administrators when I was interviewed and from the receptionist made me leave that interview saying, I want to work here. And then after that, it was just opportunities for growth, opportunities to get a lot of support for myself professionally and my students. As a principal of Selma Elementary, I find most rewarding being a life changer, being able to work in a place where you have purpose, where this is a mission that is to build community, to change lives, and it also gives you the opportunity for me to grow as a leader, as a mentor, as a professional, and as a human being. What I would say about anyone who wants to work in Johnston County Public Schools is that this is the perfect place if you want to achieve your dreams as an educator, if you want to feel supported, if you feel that you need to work in a place with true focus on student learning, on life-changing opportunities. This is the place to be. My name is Maritza Rosado, principal of Selma Elementary, and great things are happening in JCPS.
I graduated from NC State last May, and I got a job at South Johnston High School. So this is my first year teaching, but I went to Johnston County Public Schools all throughout my life. Oh, it's been phenomenal. I mean, all my coworkers are great people. My admin are very supportive, and that's just at my local school. So I would love to be able to go out to other schools and meet those wonderful people there. But just so far with my school and the district, all the people I've met, like people around the county office or people who are support staff who work for the curriculum people, they're all wonderful people and are all so helpful. So my time here has been excellent so far. Because I went to school here my entire life. I started at 4 Oaks Elementary, then I went to 4 Oaks Middle School, and then South Johnston High School where I graduated. And so it's really nice to be able to kind of, go off to a university, learn some things, learn more about myself, and then be able to come back to these schools in this area to be able to kind of bring that knowledge with me, but also just continue the greatness that I experienced growing up. I could kind of help keep that going for, more students down the line. Just the community feel. I mean, it feels, especially at South Johnston High School, but I kind of mentioned it earlier, for everybody I've met, it feels the same way. It feels like everybody kind of has like a united vision here. Everybody's on the same path. Everybody's on the same, everyone wants the same end goal, and that is to help students. Like one of my admin that school always says that we're in the student business. That's what our job is. And I think everybody kind of has that collective goal, especially at my school, and everyone I've met so far outside of my school in the district feels the same way. My experience has been so great so far. This is my first year, and that is because they're in the student business. And I feel like that every day because of the shared experience that I've had with my admin, the shared experience that I've had with people in the county, the shared is people like you guys who I've just met for the first time. Everyone's so nice, friendly, and they all seem like they're pushing toward the common goal. And that's just one of the things I got in education for, and it's one of the reasons I want to stay in education. So Johnston County is like just everything I've wanted it to be so far. Hi, my name's Austin Denning. I'm a math teacher at South Johnston High School, and great things are happening at JCPS.
I have been with Johnston County Public School for 4 years now, and it's been one of the most amazing experiences. From the very beginning, I have felt welcome and supported, not only as an educator, but as a whole person. Being part of a district that supports bilingual education allowed me to grow in my role as a teacher, and while also learning from colleagues and leaders who are truly passionate about student success. What I love most about being part of JCPS is the strong sense of community and collaboration, whether it is with fellow teachers, families, administrators. Everyone is working together to help students succeed. I know the district is large, but it still feels personal. We are all working together for a shared purpose, that is to do what is best for the kids. Someone who is considering starting a career at Johnston County School, I would say go for it. JCPS is a place where your talent and passion will be valued. You will feel inspired, supported, and challenged. It is a district that believes in its educators and gives you room to grow. My name is Micaela Costa, and I'm a dual language first grade teacher at Selma Elementary School, and great things are happening in JCPS. Mi nombre es Micaela Costa y soy maestra de primer grado del programa de Dual Language, y grandes cosas están pasando en JCPS.
standing here today in beautiful Clayton, North Carolina at the home of Cooper Academy, where we're in the middle of a big addition for Cooper. We're excited about this addition. It's going to provide 20 classrooms, some much needed upgraded space for this beautiful old school. We're excited about that opportunity. Behind me and around me today they're getting ready to lay sod and do some dirt work. The brick is all up at this school. They're putting some doors and windows in, starting to work on the finishing touches of this school. So this fall, our students and staff will be able to walk into a brand new addition here at Cooper. We're so excited to just bring this to this wonderful community here. We are so thankful for all the stakeholders that participated in this to make this possible, from the county commissioners to the school board, to ultimately to the taxpayers, for Cooper Academy to be able to have this beautiful new addition in this community.
What I like most about JCPS is the opportunity to build authentic relationships with stakeholders that extend beyond the walls of our school. We've had the opportunity to have our students take part in field trips all across the state of North Carolina, and that allows our students to be exposed to various learning opportunities, but it also allows our community to be visible on the state level, and we're grateful for those continued partnerships, that continued visibility, as we continue and strive to be one of the flagship elementary schools, not only in Johnston County, but in the Triangle. Cleveland Elementary School is what I consider the best elementary school, not only in Johnston County, but in the Triangle. We are a large school with a small community feel, and we have the opportunity to build lasting relationships with students and community stakeholders that last a lifetime. And I'm just proud to wear that badge. I'm proud to represent Cleveland, which offers me the opportunity to build memories, lasting relationships with stakeholders that I'll carry throughout my career. My wife is also a math teacher here in the district. My younger brother is a former teacher at Smithfield Middle School here with JCPS, but it's again a family feel and a very large system, and we've sort of rearranged our lives here to be in the service of kids in this community, and we're just really excited to continue to carry that torch forward in the work that we do each and every day. I would say to those interested in a career with Johnston County Public Schools to give it a shot. It is a large system with a small community feel. I'm really grateful as a principal for the support offered to me by our superintendent, Dr. Bracie. He is a principal superintendent, and it's just been a fulfilling career. I'm excited to begin my 9th year with JCPS next school year, and I've also had the opportunity to travel and get various professional development opportunities, which have thus grown me as a professional. But I would say to those out there seeking to join a great and strong team, that JCPS is the way to go. My name is Dr. Ryan Ewell, and I'm the proud principal of Cleveland Elementary School, and great things are happening in JCPS.
Johnston County Public Schools is such an amazing place where you know that the teachers and the students are cared so much for. You walk into any school and you just feel the sense of community around you, whether you're in the classroom or whether you're in the office or even up at county offices. You just feel like the sense of community within all the people. I think what I like most is that I'm always learning, as well as my students are always learning. Learning is definitely something that Johnston County Schools takes so seriously, and you know that your students have the best teachers, and I always feel so supported by my support staff and by my administration, and I just know that they have my best interests at heart as well as my students. I would say that Johnston County Public Schools is a community of very strong leaders. No matter where you are, everyone seems to have a sense of leadership, and they know what they have to do and they know when they have to do it. I chose Johnston County Public Schools because I knew from the beginning that this is where I wanted to be. I was a student at Johnston County Public Schools, and there was never a day where I didn't feel safe and loved and cared for as a student. So I wanted to be that same teacher and care and love for my students the same way I felt. I would tell anyone joining the JCPS family that it's an amazing place to be, and I 100% recommend working for this district. I have loved every single second of it, and no matter what school you are at, you will know that you will be supported and loved and cared for. My name is Allison Bayou. I'm a teacher at Verberwood Elementary, and great things are happening in JCPS.
It's a great day to be here at Wilsons Mills High School, the future home of the Green Waves. We just had our beam signing and topping out ceremonies. So we've just set the last piece of structural steel on Wilsons Mills High School. As you can see behind me, this is going to be the future front entrance of Wilsons Mills High School. Currently there's exterior sheathing going on, finishing up some concrete, field houses, but we've already got a lot of exciting things like the grandstands. A lot of the concrete has been poured, get ready to do some waterproofing and brick. We're excited about where we're at in this process and where we're going. We're also really excited because not only are we only a little over 400 days from opening this school up to our teachers to come in, but for our students to be able to be on this campus and to be able to use all the athletic facilities and the school as we start a new season for the Green Wave. And we are just grateful for everybody's participation, from the taxpayers to the commissioners to the Board of Education. And we look forward to the progress over the next 400 days as we get to completion.
To me, working in Johnston County Public Schools means growth. Not only growth for our students, but our educators as well as parents. This district provides so many opportunities for everyone to grow. And what I really love about this district is that students are supported academically and supported socially and emotionally. So this district as a whole means a lot, and it definitely focuses on being innovative and creating opportunities for educators to grow. I like the collaboration. In about 80% of the professional development that Johnston County has provided for myself and other educators, we are always constantly collaborating. We're growing, we're focusing on our students, all of our staff, and how we can better support our parents. So what I enjoy is the collaboration and the dedication. Our district leaders do a great job of providing positive, collaborative opportunities for all of us. Throughout my internship, I've been able to attend professional developments. We have something called Assistant Principal Institute, which is every few weeks, and that's been a great opportunity too. It gives me a chance to, again, increase my toolkit, but also have the chance to speak with other assistant principals about what's going on in the district and how we can navigate through different problems. So for those who are interested in being an educational leader, find a district like Johnston County. Find one that is focused on community, focus on growth, and focus on student academic success. Because as an educational leader, when you grow, you learn ways to support your students, your staff, and your parents. And as a whole, the school continues to grow. So if you want a district that not only focuses on student academic success, but also the professional growth of you as a leader, then Johnston County is the district you should choose. My name is Crystal Glover. I'm currently a principal intern at Cooper Academy, and great things are happening in JCPS.
What brought me to Johnston County Schools was a better school climate for my son. I didn't know much about Johnston County Public Schools, but I visited Clayton Middle, and the warmth that I felt from the administrators when I was interviewed and from the receptionist make me leave that interview saying, I want to work here. And then after that, it was just opportunities for growth, opportunities to get a lot of support for myself professionally and my students. As a principal of Selma Elementary, I find most rewarding being a life changer, being able to work in a place where you have purpose, where this is a mission that is to build community, to change lives, and it also gives you the opportunity for me to grow as a leader, as a mentor, as a professional, and as a human being. What I would say about anyone who wants to work in Johnston County Public Schools is that this is the perfect place if you want to achieve your dreams as an educator, if you want to feel supported, if you feel that you need to work in a place with true focus on student learning, on life-changing opportunities. This is the place to be. My name is Maritza Rosado, principal of Selma Elementary, and great things are happening in JCPS.
I graduated from NC State last May, and I got a job at South Johnston High School. So this is my first year teaching, but I went to Johnston County Public Schools all throughout my life. Oh, it's been phenomenal. I mean, all my coworkers are great people. My admin are very supportive, and that's just at my local school. So I would love to be able to go out to other schools and meet those wonderful people there. But just so far with my school and the district, all the people I've met, like people around the county office or people who are support staff who work for the curriculum people, they're all wonderful people and are all so helpful. So my time here has been excellent so far. Because I went to school here my entire life. I started at 4 Oaks Elementary, then I went to 4 Oaks Middle School, and then South Johnston High School where I graduated. And so it's really nice to be able to kind of, go off to a university, learn some things, learn more about myself, and then be able to come back to these schools in this area to be able to kind of bring that knowledge with me, but also just continue the greatness that I experienced growing up. I could kind of help keep that going for, more students down the line. Just the community feel. I mean, it feels, especially at South Johnston High School, but I kind of mentioned it earlier, for everybody I've met, it feels the same way. It feels like everybody kind of has like a united vision here. Everybody's on the same path. Everybody's on the same, everyone wants the same end goal, and that is to help students. Like one of my admin at school always says that we're in the student business. That's what our job is. And I think everybody kind of has that collective goal, especially at my school, and everyone I've met so far outside of my school in the district feels the same way. My experience has been so great so far. This is my first year, and that is because they're in the student business. And I feel like that every day because of the shared experience that I've had with my admin, the shared experience that I've had with people in the county, the shared is people like you guys who I've just met for the first time. Everyone's so nice, friendly, and they all seem like they're pushing toward the common goal. And that's just one of the things I got in education for, and it's one of the reasons I want to stay in education. So Johnston County is like just everything I've wanted it to be so far. Hi, my name's Austin Denning. I'm a math teacher at South Johnston High School, and great things are happening at JCPS.
I have been with Johnston County Public School for 4 years now, and it's been one of the most amazing experiences. From the very beginning, I have felt welcome and supported, not only as an educator, but as a whole person. Being part of a district that supports bilingual education allowed me to grow in my role as a teacher, and while also learning from colleagues and leaders who are truly passionate about student success. What I love most about being part of JCPS is the strong sense of community and collaboration, whether it is with fellow teachers, families, administrators. Everyone is working together to help students succeed. I know the district is large, but it still feels personal. We are all working together for a shared purpose, that is to do what is best for the kids. Someone who is considering starting a career at Johnston County School, I would say go for it. JCPS is a place where your talent and passion will be valued. You will feel inspired, supported, and challenged. It is a district that believes in its educators and gives you room to grow. My name is Micaela Costa, and I'm a dual language first grade teacher at Selma Elementary School, and great things are happening in JCPS. Mi nombre es Micaela Costa y soy maestra de primer grado del programa de Dual Language, y grandes cosas están pasando en JCPS.
standing here today in beautiful Clayton, North Carolina at the home of Cooper Academy, where we're in the middle of a big addition for Cooper. We're excited about this addition. It's going to provide 20 classrooms, some much needed upgraded space for this beautiful old school. We're excited about that opportunity. Behind me and around me today they're getting ready to lay sod and do some dirt work. The brick is all up at this school. They're putting some doors and windows in, starting to work on the finishing touches of this school. So this fall, our students and staff will be able to walk into a brand new addition here at Cooper. We're so excited to just bring this to this wonderful community here. We are so thankful for all the stakeholders that participated in this to make this possible, from the county commissioners to the school board, to ultimately to the taxpayers, for Cooper Academy to be able to have this beautiful new addition in this community.
What I like most about JCPS is the opportunity to build authentic relationships with stakeholders that extend beyond the walls of our school. We've had the opportunity to have our students take part in field trips all across the state of North Carolina, and that allows our students to be exposed to various learning opportunities, but it also allows our community to be visible on the state level, and we're grateful for those continued partnerships, that continued visibility as we continue and strive to be one of the flagship elementary schools, not only in Johnston County, but in the Triangle. Cleveland Elementary School is what I consider the best elementary school, not only in Johnston County, but in the Triangle. We are a large school with a small community feel, and we have the opportunity to build lasting relationships with students and community stakeholders that last a lifetime. And I'm just proud to wear that badge. I'm proud to represent Cleveland, which offers me the opportunity to build memories, lasting relationships with stakeholders that I'll carry throughout my career. My wife is also a math teacher here in the district. My younger brother is a former teacher at Smithfield Middle School here with JCPS, but it's again a family feel and a very large system, and we've sort of rearranged our lives here to be in the service of kids in this community, and we're just really excited to continue to carry that torch forward in the work that we do each and every day. I would say to those interested in a career with Johnston County Public Schools to give it a shot. It is a large system with a small community feel. I'm really grateful as a principal for the support offered to me by our superintendent, Dr. Bracie. He is a principal superintendent, and it's just been a fulfilling career. I'm excited to begin my 9th year with JCPS next school year, and I've also had the opportunity to travel and get various professional development opportunities, which have thus grown me as a professional. But I would say to those out there seeking to join a great and strong team, that JCPS is the way to go. My name is Dr. Ryan Ewell, and I'm the proud principal of Cleveland Elementary School, and great things are happening in JCPS.
Johnston County Public Schools is such an amazing place where you know that the teachers and the students are cared so much for. You walk into any school and you just feel the sense of community around you, whether you're in the classroom or whether you're in the office or even up at county offices. You just feel like the sense of community within all the people. I think what I like most is that I'm always learning, as well as my students are always learning. Learning is definitely something that Johnston County Schools takes so seriously, and you know that your students have the best teachers, and I always feel so supported by my support staff and by my administration, and I just know that they have my best interests at heart as well as my students. I would say that Johnston County Public Schools is a community of very strong leaders. No matter where you are, everyone seems to have a sense of leadership, and they know what they have to do and they know when they have to do it. I chose Johnston County Public Schools because I knew from the beginning that this is where I wanted to be. I was a student at Johnston County Public Schools, and there was never a day where I didn't feel safe and loved and cared for as a student. So I wanted to be that same teacher and care and love for my students the same way I felt. I would tell anyone joining the JCPS family that it's an amazing place to be, and I 100% recommend working for this district. I have loved every single second of it, and no matter what school you are at, you will know that you will be supported and loved and cared for. My name is Allison Bayou. I'm a teacher at Riverwood Elementary, and great things are happening in JCPS.
It's a great day to be here at Wilsons Mills High School, the future home of the Green Waves. We just had our beam signing and topping out ceremonies. So we've just set the last piece of structural steel on Wilsons Mills High School. As you can see behind me, this is going to be the future front entrance of Wilsons Mills High School. Currently there's exterior sheathing going on, finishing up some concrete, field houses, but we've already got a lot of exciting things like the grandstands. A lot of the concrete has been poured, get ready to do some waterproofing and brick. We're excited about where we're at in this process and where we're going. We're also really excited because not only are we only a little over 400 days from opening this school up to our teachers to come in, but for our students to be able to be on this campus and to be able to use all the athletic facilities and the school as we start a new season for the Green Wave. And we are just grateful for everybody's participation, from the taxpayers to the commissioners to the Board of Education. And we look forward to the progress over the next 400 days as we get to completion.
To me, working in Johnston County Public Schools means growth. Not only growth for our students, but our educators as well as parents. This district provides so many opportunities for everyone to grow. And what I really love about this district is that students are supported academically and supported socially and emotionally. So this district as a whole means a lot, and it definitely focuses on being innovative and creating opportunities for educators.
Welcome back, and we are so glad to have you. I'm so sorry for the delay. There's just a lot going on. We are live streamed tonight. We haven't been in the last couple of board meetings, so thank you to our tech team who worked real hard to get this thing up and running again, so we're grateful for that. We have, as you well know, have been in closed session, and we are now entering into regular session. Board members, our first order of business is to approve the minutes. So I will entertain a motion to approve the May 13th, 2025 regular session minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Tippett. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Mr. Sullivan. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Again, I will entertain a motion to approve the May 13th, 2025 closed session minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Lee. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Carroll. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the May 13th, 2025 closed session minutes, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Now we move to the May 27th, 2025 special personnel session minutes. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
So move.
A motion by Mr. Tippett. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Sullivan. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approval of the May 27th, 2025 special session personnel session meeting minutes, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
May 27th, 2025 special personnel session closed session minutes, I'll entertain a motion for approval. Motion by Ms. Lee, second by Mr. Carroll. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approval of these minutes, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank y'all. We'll move now, board members, into the adjustment to the agenda. Are there any adjustments?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chairman. I'd like for us, if we would, to bring policy 4313 out of the consent agenda, policy 1710, 4020, 7230 for discussion.
Okay, policy 4313.
4313,
Okay.
1710/4020/7230.
Okay, board members note, this is under item E. We have, item 1 under E is policy code 4318. If you notice on your agenda, the second, E2 is policy code 5210. What I'd like to do is make, policy code 1710, 4020, and 7230 as item 3 under E. I'm just trying to do all the policies at one time. And then policy 4313 will be item 4, and then contract transportation would be item 5. Does everybody agree with that? I'm just trying to put all the policies together. Okay. Any other adjustments to the agenda, board members? Okay, hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as it has been amended. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Sullivan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in approval of the agenda as we have just amended it, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Sorry, Finance, Mr. Tippett.
No report from the Finance Committee at this time. We're in the process with the local budget, and once that's taken care of, we will move forward with the Finance Committee meetings.
Okay, Legal Committee, Mr. Carroll.
No report?
Policy Committee,
Yes.
Donovan.
Madam Chair, we had a meeting on May 15th for our Policy Review Committee. Some of those are going to be pulled out, so we're going to discuss those in line E. But the ones that were left for our second read is going to be, let's see, so 5030 community use of facilities, 3225 technology responsible use, and then for our first read, we moved 1710 to E, and then 7100 recruitment and selection of personnel, and then we moved 4313 to E, which is student use of social networking sites.
Any discussion or any questions for Mr. Donovan? Okay, Bond and Construction Committee, Mr. Carroll.
We're scheduling a meeting for the bond committee, I think probably the last week of this month. We're waiting for some information, and I think it's forthcoming, so we'll schedule in. Also, just as information, I talked with our public information director about, bringing some videos and or slides, presentation to our board meetings of our ongoing projects. So we will, one, update the board, also update the public so you can see what's going on. And I intend, we do have something that came to me late today, but not enough time to really get it on today's meeting and be prepared. But plan to in August, we'll have updates, video updates, if it's okay with the board, on our ongoing construction project. So every public will know, we'll know.
Wonderful. Okay, Legislative, Ms. Antoine.
The committee met June 3rd. We went over the state budget provisions in Senate Bill 257 and the House Bill to go over what education impacts they're going to have there. We went over HB 959, which is the Protecting Students in a Digital Age Bill, which is basically the cell phone ban. So it's going to require school districts to have policies in place that put limitations on cell phone use, and that is moving forward quickly. So that is likely going to pass. We looked at House Bill 116, which is the local Board of Education changes to partisan races. There's 3 counties it affects. Johnston County is one of them. That was voted on in the House on the day that we met or the next day, and it actually got moved to conference for some technical changes, so that hasn't fully gone through yet. And we also went over House Bill 415, which is the high school math requirements and also a requirement to take a citizenship test. And at the conclusion of our discussion over that bill, we've decided that we are going to author a letter. I set up kind of a rough draft of that talks about some problems we have found within that bill. It is going to remove Math 3, but the requirement of testing an ACT covers Math 3 material, so that is going to harm the grading of our schools. And it also, the citizenship test is the way right now in the bill it's aligned. It goes after United States history instead of the civics course, and we are asking for alignment to the civics course. And a placement maybe in the course of study that's a little different for civics. Ms. Lee has been wonderful and has agreed to help me on the language that we're going to send that letter to the sponsors of those bills and maybe some leadership. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We also kind of mentioned, and I've mentioned to the board, there is a House Bill 375, which is called Harrison's Law. It's going to be a strengthening of the hazing provisions in schools. It's going to create a felony record for anyone convicted of a staff member that would knowingly participate or engage or know of that hazing in the schools. So that's something we also need to keep our eye on. And that is definitely moving forward as well. So that is what we had to report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have a big update for you, but it is imperative that we honor someone here tonight with us who has served for 5 years in Johnston County. As many of you know, Dr. Eric Bracie came to this district in July of 2020. I was not on the board at the time, but came on soon after that. There's no question that our school district was in pretty bad shape when he came in here, with our academic performance, with our financial situation. And through his 5 years here with us, he has made a world of difference. He came in with a vision for what Johnston County schools needed to be. He put personnel in place to help with that. We were so fortunate, he would agree with me, that we were very fortunate to have ESSER funds. We were fortunate to have county commissioners that really, we established a wonderful relationship with them, and funding has allowed us to do a lot of things. So at this time, I just want to honor Dr. Bracie and what he has done for this district. He is leaving us. He's not going too far, but he will start in Cumberland County on July 1. So I know he's got some work to do between now and then, but we're going to hold on to him till June 30th. But at this time, I would love for him to join me up front, and the rest of the board, if you would as well, for a picture. We're just going to come right up here. One journey ends, another one begins, and that's what's happening for him and his family. So I have for him tonight, this is just very small token, in recognition of 5 years of outstanding leadership, exceptional commitment to educational excellence, and servant-hearted dedication to the students and staff of Johnston County Public Schools. July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2025. Presented to you, Dr. Bracie, from the Board of Education.
Thank you so much. Got this nice speech written at my desk. Now you gotta remember it.
Now you gotta remember it.
Let's get a picture.
Well, yeah. Oh, did you get one? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure we get a picture of the board. Dr. Bracie, you might want to take this with you. We'll see. Thank you. We'll let you get back to your seat so you can, I know you got that speech.
Thank y'all so much for the applause. I was asking myself today, how in the world did 5 years go by that fast? Seems like yesterday my youngest daughter was mad with me that she was moving in her 8th grade year. And here we are, she's about to go to college. Mixed emotions tonight. With this being my final report and my final farewell, and I've said this multiple times in the last couple of weeks, this being the leader of this district has been just one of the greatest highlights of my professional journey. And it's been an amazing journey that started. I mean, we were sitting in this room with masks on when I first got here. And it's just, I'm so fortunate and so lucky that I had amazing people that walked with me on this journey. I see some of our teachers out here today, just amazing educators. Fortunate to have an amazing leadership team, and the faces have changed over the 5 years, but the vision and the drive and the determination has never wavered. I just don't want anyone to ever lose sight of how far we came. You know, this was one of the worst academic districts in North Carolina when we started working together. And we had this vision of what we wanted it to look like. And as a result of amazing leaders, amazing teachers, and a supportive Board of Education and a supportive Board of Commissioners, we became one of the best academic districts in the state. Our commissioners nearly doubled our supplement. And I just want you to think about that for a second. And I had an opportunity to meet with them and thank them yesterday. They doubled our supplement. That is absolute commitment. Keep your foot on the gas. Keep students first in all of your decisions. The blueprint is there. It's there to remain one of the best in the state and to keep up the academic excellence here. It's been a privilege. It's been just my absolute honor to work in this district and lead this district. And I remember it like it was yesterday when Mr. Sutton and I met, and he told me what was at stake. And he gave me my charge to improve this district academically. And it's been so much fun coming to work every day, working with an amazing staff, working with Ms. Dance, working with Ms. Dublin, working closely with everybody. I've enjoyed every visit to every school. I've enjoyed every conversation. I've enjoyed amazing community partners. I just wish, as I sit here tonight, I could look on that back wall and see my buddy Marlon Lee standing there, because I know he would be here. He'd probably be making faces trying to make me laugh, but he would be here tonight. And I just say, keep up the great work. Keep amazing things happening in this district like you always do. And the great academic success, I have no doubt, will continue. And the board has a task of finding their next leader for the district, just like they found me 5 years ago. So the work goes on. The vision goes on, the mission goes on. And I just want to thank everybody once again for all the amazing things. I see my friend Marlon Watson sitting back there. It's just so many people play a role. Doesn't matter what your role was, whether you were information like Brian A. Jones, who's walking through the door, whether you were finance like Mr. Britt, academics like Ms. Kuykendall, facilities like Dr. Pierce, HR like Ms. Edmondson. Everybody plays a role in a school system, and it takes everybody going in the same direction to create the metrics that we created here together. It's an unbelievable run, and I hope you don't lose sight of how far we came so fast. So wish everybody the best going forward. I'll be continuing to pray for you all, and I ask you to continue to pray for me and my family on our new journey. So thank you so much. I really appreciate all the well wishes that I've received over the last couple of weeks, especially from teachers who have reached out to me and said how much of a difference these last 5 years have been, because the focus was clear on what we were set out to do. So again, thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. We will move on through our agenda. We have one advisory appointment, Mr. Carroll.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have an appointment from the Meta School Principal Clint Eves, and his board has approved the reappointment of Jessica Strickland for a 3-year term. And with that, I recommend the following member, Jessica Strickland, for a 3-year term. That's a motion.
Okay, I'll accept that as a motion. I need a second. Second by Ms. Antoine. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote for the approval of this recommendation for advisory council for Meta School. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? I'm going to move forward. We'll do public comment at 6:30. I'm just going to go ahead and move forward with our agenda. Dr. Bracie.
Madam Chair, at this time, I ask that the board approve consent items numbers 1 through 19.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Motion by Mr. Carroll.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of items 1 through 19 in consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Kuykendall.
This isn't working either. I'm so sorry. But we only have one item for action tonight. And as you all will see, oh, thank you. Sorry about that. It might be me, but it's still not. Here we go. So tonight we're going to talk about the EC contracts. As you all are aware, in May, we talked about other contracts from CIA. These are exclusively EC. And so these contracts that are listed are for service providers as it relates to that implementation of IEPs. And so Ms. Jill McKenna, who is our Assistant Superintendent for Exceptional Children, is going to go through a presentation with you all that goes through each one of those contracts for your approval at the end. There we go. Ms. McKenna.
Good evening, Chair Andrews, Vice Chair Tippett, board members, Dr. Bracie. I'm bringing contracts before you for approval to support the provision of special education services for the 2025-26 school year. The contracts are for 7 different categories of services and provide direct support to students with disabilities. RFPs were issued for each of these services, and the contracts before you tonight were determined based on an evaluation of the proposals submitted for each of those services. The first category of services, which represents the largest dollar amount, is for speech language therapy services. Speech language pathologists conduct screenings and evaluations for students suspected of having a disability. Of the 14 suspected disabling categories, 11 of those require a screening or an evaluation to be completed by an SLP. A screening and an evaluation may be needed for the other 3 if a student demonstrates needs related to their speech or communication skills. The IEP team then uses those evaluation results in conjunction with multiple data sources to determine eligibility for special education services. For students determined in need of speech language as a service, the SLP provides those services in accordance with the student's IEP. And that could include direct instruction for students or what we call supplemental aids and services that would support the student's communication needs throughout the educational environment. Because the total amount is so large, I want to provide just a little bit more information around what speech services look like in Johnston County and the scope of our services. Currently, we have 73 SLPs. Some of them are part-time, so when we look at the full-time equivalent, it is the equivalent of 70 full-time positions for speech therapists in our district. Out of those, 14 are our employees, and 59 are contract SLPs. The number of students receiving speech language services that's shown on this slide represents a snapshot in time. The number does fluctuate throughout the school year as students are placed or exited from speech services. At the time that these numbers were pulled, which was last week, we had just over 2,500 enrolled JCPS students who receive speech services. That represents approximately 6.7% of our enrolled student population. That is in alignment with our historical trend, which is between 6 and 7% historically who have received speech out of all of our enrolled students. That is also in line with the prevalence that we see speech language disorders occurring at the national level for students ages 3 through 17. As you can see, the bulk of the students who are receiving services are in those elementary grade band levels. And if we look at that further, we would see that the number of students who are receiving speech is higher for kindergarten, and then it makes a steady decline from there across all of the grade levels, which is very much anticipated as students are identified early for intervention and then make progress on those skills so that we're able to exit services. In addition to the enrolled number that you see on this slide, our SLPs do provide services to parentally placed private school students and homeschool students through the proportionate share funds in our federal IDEA grant. That's part of the requirement that we provide some services to parentally placed students. So we do provide speech services through that. As I mentioned, our SLPs do conduct evaluations and screenings. As of last week, 1,419 evaluations were conducted by SLPs over the course of this school year. We do continue to conduct evaluations through the summer months, so this number will increase by the end of this month. So we will have more than that by the end of this school year. An RFP was issued for speech language services, and the two contracts coming to you tonight, Kinetic Pediatric Therapy and Venture Rehabilitation Group, are recommended based on the evaluation of their proposals. And both companies have indicated that they have SLPs available for us for the beginning of next school year. Previously, we have contracted solely with Kinetic Pediatric Therapy for these services. But based on this proposal submitted, Venture Rehabilitation Group has provided a lower hourly rate in response to the request for proposals. So we are requesting to contract with both companies for the upcoming school year. However, the total amount of $5 million is the same as the current amount of our contract for this school year. So the total dollar amount will not be increasing. The next category of services that you'll see contracts for is nursing services. The EC department contracts with agencies to provide one-on-one nursing services for individual students. The nurses address the student's needs as indicated on their plans of care, which are developed based on a physician's orders. These are services that require that clinical nursing knowledge and judgment. They cannot be delegated to existing personnel. This may be things like suctioning, tracheotomy care, so very medical in nature. The nursing services that are provided through this contract are required for students to be able to safely attend school. The three companies who have contracts brought before you today, Maxim Healthcare Services, Team Select Professional Healthcare Inc., and Beata, are all companies that we currently contract with for these services. So we are requesting a renewal of these to provide continuity of care for our students. We are also requesting approval for a contract for interpreting services. This contract primarily provides services to individual students, and these are students with hearing impairments. While other languages, foreign languages, are available through this company, the focus really is around the sign language interpreting piece. They do provide this service one-on-one for students so that students can access the instruction that they are receiving in the classroom. We also use this as necessary for parent participation in IEP meetings if we have parents who require an accommodation to be able to participate in meetings. The contract for this current school year is with American Sign Language, Inc., so we are requesting renewal of this contract in the same total amount for this upcoming school year. The next contract that you'll see is for behavior support services through Positive Behavior Support Corporation. In the 2023-24 school year, the district began contracting for services of a board-certified behavior analyst, or a BCBA, and registered behavior technicians, or RBTs. BCBAs conduct functional behavior assessments and help develop behavior intervention plans for specific students. Both the BCBAs and the RBTs utilize applied behavior analysis, which is a specific methodology, to develop interventions and strategies intended to reduce, eliminate, or prevent behaviors that interfere with learning. The BCBA and RBTs would work with school staff and with our EC specialists to provide training and collaboration for evidence-based practices in the classrooms. The contract for the current school year is with Positive Behavior Supports Corporation, so this again would be a renewal of that contract for the upcoming school year. All right, then you will see a set of contracts that are related to our vision impairment services. And there are kind of two different services that we receive through these contracts. The first is for a teacher of the visually impaired, or a TVI. And our TVIs provide direct instruction to students with visual impairments. They also conduct evaluations like learning media assessments and functional vision assessments to really understand what are the students' vision needs so that we can appropriately plan for those needs. The TVI may assist with modifying materials, with modifying the classroom environment so that students can access classroom instruction. In addition, one of the contracts, Equalized Sensory Services, would provide the district with an orientation and mobility specialist. Orientation and mobility, or O&M, is a related service that some students with visual impairments receive. Like the TVI, they do provide direct instruction and they conduct screenings and evaluations, but their focus is a little bit different. They really work with students on skills that are needed to be able to navigate the school environment safely, efficiently, and independently. For the current school year, we have contracts in place with Equalized Sensory Service and Sanya Mahmood. So those would be renewal requests. We are requesting approval for an additional contract with Dragonfly Vision to help fill this critical need so that we can respond to anybody who has a TVI available for us. This next category around hearing impairment services is a newer area for us to have a need around contracted services for. Teachers of the deaf and hard of hearing provide direct instruction to students with hearing impairments. They also provide recommendations for environmental conditions and supports that would help meet the students' unique needs and help them to access their instruction in the classroom. This involves things like collaborating with our audiologists for hearing aids, for cochlear implants, for making recommendations for classroom environmental adjustments, FM systems, those sorts of things so that students can hear the instruction going on in the classroom. We have posted our vacant positions for teachers of the deaf and hard of hearing, and we are continuing to seek to hire teachers. But in the interim, I am requesting approval for two contracts, one for Envision Services and one for Equalized Sensory Services, to fill the vacancies in this critical area of need while we continue to search. The final contract that you have in your packet tonight is for vocational training services. We have had a long-standing relationship with Johnston County Industries. This contract would continue to provide 6 full-time job coaches who do provide the community-based training to our students who are on the occupational course of study or students who are following extended content standards. These services include things like assessing a student's work interests, matching the student to appropriate community-based training and employment sites, orienting students to businesses and their policies, scheduling and supporting worksite participation, and assisting with job searches and competitive employment placements. For our students who are following the occupational course of study, the work hours that are supported through this are earned as part of their graduation requirements. The job coaches specifically work on the community-based hours that are required for graduation and the paid employment or unpaid vocational training and internship hours that students are required to have. So for this one, I am requesting approval For the contract, again, this would be renewal with JCI for job coaches in the same amount as the current school year. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have about the contracts.
What's your overall caseload, right? What's your child count number?
The overall child count is about 6,200.
Nurses, we don't have any on staff.
We do not have any nurses on staff.
Interpreter, behavior thing, I understand that. Visually impaired, do we have any on staff visually impaired teachers?
We do not have any TBIs on staff.
Okay.
There's been a kind of nationwide trend over the last several years with TBI providers moving to contract companies versus direct hires for districts.
I think real quick, the starting in the beginning, Kinetic and Venture, you said Venture was cheaper.
That is correct.
Is that the max that they can give us? I mean, I see it, that there's a huge difference, 4.5 million and 475,000. Is that the max that they can give us?
That is the max that they have been able to guarantee us at this point. Certainly, if they have more, we would explore a contract addendum at that point if we needed to. But their rate is $4 less an hour, so it is worthwhile to have two different companies.
I wasn't questioning two companies. I was just curious is if they were the max that they could give. And my question for speech language, obviously we need, you know, I have an EC background. I want to give all the EC services we can. My question is, do we have any numbers of students who are only getting speech therapy?
Yes, we do have students who are just receiving, who are identified as speech primary. It's as of last week, 776 students were identified as speech impaired.
Speech only.
Correct.
So the majority are getting as a related service.
That is.
Are we providing any extended school year compensatory services this summer?
We are.
In speech?
Yes.
Is that included
in the contract
in the bill? In the contract amount, does that cover outside the school year?
Yes.
Okay.
Our contracts would run from July 1 through June 30th. So the contract for the current school year is what we are using. We have ESY that started this week that we're using that to provide the services now. The services moving into July would be dependent on the contract outcome tonight.
And the compensatory service, are we providing that because we didn't have a speech therapist? And I don't want you to get in any details because we don't need to identify anybody, but is that the main reason?
Yes.
We didn't have a speech therapist in place?
Yes.
So we have contracts sometimes, but we don't have the people.
That is correct.
Okay. I wanted to understand that because, you know, you wouldn't really do compensatory services other than that. ESY is a different thing.
Correct.
On the extended services, are those primarily the speech primary students that are getting those over the summer services?
I can't give you an exact number, but I've gone through names many times, and I would say no. They are primarily students who are receiving speech as a related service.
And then the other question I had is, have we used Venture in the past? Do we have any relationship that we have had with them?
We have not, to my knowledge.
And do you know how many students we exited from speech and language this past year?
Roughly 300-ish. That is not something that we have tracked, and there's not an easy way to pull a report around that. So best estimate that I can give you is about 300.
Okay.
This total, all of this add up to about $8.
That's correct.
I'm looking at the man who helps to pay the bills. It's 32.
But we'll supplement with 032 and 060, which 032 is state dollars and 060 is federal dollars. So it's the hodgepodge, but mostly it's going to be Medicaid.
Okay, you feel okay about that? Okay.
At least in the short term.
Right. That's my concern. Yeah.
Well,
I'd rather have a little more in.
Look down there and the box was checked by Stephen Briz.
Yeah.
I felt a little better.
Obviously, this is a huge amount of money, a big portion of the money that you had.
I have one question about the vocational services.
Sure.
It says that it sounds like we have counselors as well as job coaches assigned to students if they're doing placements and things like, usually it's a counselor that does that.
So there's also a partnership when it comes, so vocational rehab has changed their name. So, but kind of that type of service, there is a counselor that we connect students with. Those are outside services. But JCI does have the capacity to help support really what are those interests and help get those placements as well too. So they have a little additional training over what a job coach title might sound like.
Okay. And then the other question I had regarding that, I don't know if it fits in here or not, is we had some interest several years ago about trying to do some other programming with JCC with some of those students to maybe facilitate a community, like a partnership with JCC to get them in JCC classes or some other things that maybe we could do to help them on their occupational side. And I don't know if that's kind of progressing or if we haven't done anything with it. I just kind of thought it might be a good spot to get an answer.
Yeah, I'm not sure in terms of the vocational side, but JCC does have a new program that they're kind of getting up and running that does target students with disabilities and supporting their needs. And that could be enrollment in multiple classes, or it could be taking singular classes. They have recently put together a stakeholder group around that and invited several people from Johnston County Public Schools to be a part of that from many different departments. So it's something that we're involved with in special ed, but our CTE department has folks there as well too. We've got a couple of different reps.
Any other questions?
And I think all of these things are like the nurses, maximum 285,000. That's up to 285,000, right? And depending on the number, how many nurses is that? I mean, what is?
We currently have 14 students who receive nursing services.
Sorry, we have 14 students who get one-to-one nursing.
That is correct.
That's okay.
Yes.
Okay. And again, I don't have a problem with the services. I just like to know where the NADME is going and look at it.
Any other comments or questions, board members? This is an action item. I will entertain a motion for approval. A motion by Mr. Carroll. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Sullivan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approval of the CIA-EC contracts for 25-26, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Edmondson?
Good evening. At this time, I would like to present the superintendent's recommendations for tonight. The first recommendations are for an assistant principal contract, which is a 2-year contract. We have 2 candidates for this type contract. We have Janlyn Capacetti, who is being recommended as assistant principal at Smithfield Selma High School, and Laurie Evans Farmer, who is being recommended at Riverdale Elementary School.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Lee. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry. Second by Mr. Donovan. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the recommendation for these 2 assistant principals, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, the next recommendation is for an assistant principal contract renewal. This is for 2-year contract for Jamal Troublefield.
I'll entertain a motion for approval.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Carroll. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Sullivan. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the approval of the 2-year contract for Jamal Troublefield, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 7-0.
Okay. The final recommendation is for a principal contract renewal. This is for a 4-year contract for Jenna Sauls Hare.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
So move.
I have a motion by Mr. Carroll. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Lee. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the approval of a 4-year contract for Jenna Sauls Hair, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
4-3. No. I'm sorry. No. 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 You voted yes. Okay, so 4-3. I'm sorry. I heard too many voices coming from two different directions. I'm sorry. I should be better. So it's approval 4-3.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry for that confusion. Okay, well, Mr. Britt, you can go your first part. We might have to break in two we might have to do just part 1 and then part 2. This would be Mr. Britt for the budget amendment number 7.
Okay, I'll give you the Cliff Notes version, and we can dive in. So just going over, this is our final budget amendment of the year. And before I get started, I just want to take just a quick point of privilege here to say good evening, board members and Dr. Bracie. And I will say good evening to Dr. Bracie for one last time. I've said this now for almost 9 years at 2 different districts. And I appreciate you letting me ride your coattails over here to Johnston. And so well, we're done right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. So going quick into our budget amendment, our final budget amendment of the year, looking at state, so you'll see some dollar amount increases in some of our position allotments. So this would be, if you look at your handout, looks like this. It's in your PRC 01, 05, 06. Those are not actual increases in positions. These are position allotments. So the state actually allots us those positions, or those allotments come in number of positions. And so if our salaries are higher than what DPI estimated our salaries were going to be, then we'll increase that during the year. And that's what you see there. So it's not an actual increase in the budget itself. You'll see a transfer there for CTE in there they have some vacancy savings that they want to transfer for some summer training, $65,000 for that. PRC 015, that is your state textbook, or excuse me, your state technology budget, and that is funded at the state level by fines and forfeitures. And so that dollar amount that the state receives in fines and forfeitures accrues interest during the year, and that interest then is applied to the districts in an allotment. And so that's what you see there, that $119,000. PRC 015 is one of the few state allotments that carry over from year to year. And so what we're trying to do is hold that allotment steady as much as we can so that it can be used for a refresh whenever that time comes. And so that dollar amount does not have to be spent this year. Your final allotments for several state PRCs, you have your final transportation allotment, and so on that you see underneath there. Also, you have a $19,000 state grant for national board certifications for teachers. It does not cover all teachers. The state sends us a list of eligible teachers, and that's where that amount comes from.
Got a quick question.
Yes.
The national board, is that state dollars?
It is.
State
Yes,
dollars,
sir.
okay.
Yes, sir.
It.
So current expense, we have again had the SRO vacancy savings, and we're moving a little bit of money out of that to provide transportation, some buffer. I don't think they're actually going to need it, but it was looking like it was going to be really close by the time we pay all our fuel and parts and et cetera costs. That'll just give them a little bit of room to finish out the year to make sure their inventory levels stay strong. $250,000 moved from one allotment in local to another to pay. This is a long story, so I'll give you the quick version of it. DPI did a modernization, with at the state level. DPI also uses that system to talk to our accounting system, and it compares everybody's salaries. So if you're a teacher at Benson Elementary, your salary is compared to the state, to what the state thinks you should get as a teacher at grade 4 with a master's or no master's, national board, no national board. That system changed this year, and that system and Link has had a really tough time communicating with each other. And so we have what's called salary exceptions, And those salary exceptions are statewide. They're all over. In fact, we're in a lot better shape than a lot of districts are with that. But there's some salary exceptions where things like if a teacher got a national board during the year, the systems don't know how to recognize that. They don't know how to get together and say, okay, this really was a new national board that this teacher has, and we're not really overpaying that teacher. We know our salaries are right, but anybody that was a salary exception as of the end of May, I asked payroll to move them to local so that we don't have to pay the state back at the end of the year. We found out today that the state came back and said in a call, actually right before this meeting, that they weren't going to make us pay it back. So if we approved it, but I took a precautionary move and went ahead and moved those salaries to local, and that's why you see that $250,000 there. So it's not an additional cost. It's just making sure that we didn't have an issue at year end. 50,000 again moved to cover some expected year-end charter school. I think this is the third time I've increased that allotment during the year. So it's going to be close. I think we're going to stay under the amount or right at the amount that we had budgeted, but I can't go over budget because that would be an audit finding. And so that 50,000 just gives us a little bit of room. And again, we just talked about EC contracts. Well, one of the things that's really helping us out with that is we received some extra money from the state this year for our EC allotment, and that's going to help us offset a lot of other costs and put us in good shape for next year's contract. Hence the short term, we're in a good place for EC. And we're projecting to break even, or actually we're trending now to add a small amount to fund balance by the end of the year. No changes on federal capital. We're starting to budget our 24 bond. We budget that as the project starts so that we don't put the whole budget out there at one time. School nutrition, no changes there other than we're not charging them indirect cost. Indirect cost is application of overhead cost. If we were a business and you had multiple businesses that worked under one umbrella and you had one accounting department, one payroll department, that sort of thing, you would apply cost of that overhead to your different entities. That's what indirect cost is. And we're not applying that to them this year because they're running a little bit tight with their budget. So that's moving what we would have charged them in indirect costs to their operations line items. And then finally, special revenue. Again, this is another reason why I say are in good shape with, at least in the short term, with EC because we received additional Medicaid dollars that you see in your handout. So we actually received 2 years worth of fee for service in 1 year. So we recognize Medicaid as we receive it because we can't really guarantee or know when we're going to receive Medicaid dollars throughout the year. Some years we might not get any dollars, and so you're left with whatever you had left over in that pot of money or in that pot. And so that's what will happen now. We received 2 years worth in one single year, and so we'll just carry that EC overage into next year, and that's what will help pay for a lot of these contracts.
I have a question on that. So
Yes.
we get to keep that. We get to keep leftover funds. So are they using that against us when we apply for new? Okay, so it's just ours.
Right. Okay. It's a reimbursement base, so we've actually already spent the dollars. Yep, and now we get the reimbursement back. Yep. And so that's why Fund 8 is going to show that we're going to increase whenever we do our financial statements. It's going to show that we've increased our cash, and it's true, we will, but it's likely to decline in next year because we probably won't get 2 payments in the same year again next year. And that's the update.
Always explain it so well. This is an action item. I will entertain a motion for approval of Budget Amendment 7.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Donovan. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Lee. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote of the approval of the Budget Amendment number 7. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank you, Mr. Britt. We're going to come back to you in a minute. We're going to break right now for public comment. We're close enough to 6:30. Okay, we'll open it now for public comment. Let me just read the what I need to read. Tonight, we have 14 speakers signed up for public comment. We are grateful that you are all here. Citizens who have signed up to address the board during the public comment session will be recognized in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 13 minutes to 3 minutes. Lord, don't take 13. No. Woo! They would run me out of this place if I gave y'all 13 minutes. 3 minutes, excuse me. 3 minutes to present comments to the board. However, the public comment session will not exceed 60 minutes total, except by a majority vote of the board. The board suggests that specific personnel or student matters be addressed to the school principal, the Johnston County Public School System official responsible for the program or facility, or to the superintendent. Please have followed the order there before you come here. Citizens who address the board shall not use language that is obscene, profane, threatening, contains fighting or inflammatory words, or otherwise disruptive to the orderly conduct of business. Any person who willfully interrupts, disrupts, or disturbs an official meeting and who, upon being directed to leave the meeting by the presiding officer, willfully refuses to leave the meeting may be found guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.17. Our first speaker for tonight is Jen Medlin.
My goal is not to get buzzed at that 3-minute thing. Good evening. It is the opinion of myself and many colleagues that the portion of your wireless communication device policy proposal regarding staff cell phone use does not reflect the professionalism with which we deserve to be treated. There are many factors that equate to such stringent restrictions on our personal device usage being oppressive and problematic. First of all, we use phones to run educational apps like Class Dojo for behavior management, Seesaw for assignment completion and teacher feedback, apps for communication with high school mentors and their supervisors, Remind, and the county-mandated ThrillShare app, which allow for two-way communication instantaneously with guardians. ThrillShare and Remind are also utilized to send guardians pictures of students engaging in relevant and enjoyable learning activities at school. Opportunities like these are conducive to fostering parental trust and partnerships between home and school, which are obvious desires of all stakeholders. We must use the Google Authenticator app to sign in to our JCPS ClassLink accounts. Teachers use their phones to communicate with English language learners using the Say Hi app and to communicate with school nurses regarding diabetic and medically fragile students. Since nurses are on site only part-time, it is imperative that teachers are able to text them to immediately communicate the numbers and levels of diabetics. Teachers in the upper elementary sector are often compartmentalized and therefore team teach a cohort of students. We frequently text our teammates to relay pertinent information from guardians. Such scenarios include, but are not limited to, a child leaving early or arriving late or being sick or being sad or grieving or starting a new medicine or going home differently. Parental communication is often received on personal devices, as going to our computer to check email throughout the day is unmanageable. Our doors are to remain closed and locked, so texting becomes the most convenient way to communicate with one another. We often need someone to stand in the hall so we can go to the bathroom. Upper elementary teachers do not have IAs, so bathroom use becomes an issue. We consistently receive and send texts regarding student data and welfare while at school to admin, counselors, and interventionists. Lastly, many teachers are parents. I ask you to consider the moms of babies starting daycare, teen drivers, new college freshmen, sick kids at home with a grandparent or a spouse, etc., knowing that quickly checking their phones as they pass by their desks would no longer be permitted. Principals at individual sites should be trusted to handle instances of staff members abusing phone use. And teachers should be given the autonomy and trust to show appropriate discretion regarding personal phone use in their classrooms. There is a teacher recruitment and retention crisis in this state as a result of meager pay and never-ending instructional duties, and this policy could be another factor in teachers leaving the county or the profession.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Margie Riddell.
I began my teaching career in New Jersey about 30 years ago. One of my students from that class wrote at the end of the year that the fun and magic begins in Miss Rydell's class. We did not have the stress of excessive testing regimens. We were encouraged to use our educational expertise, and we were treated like professionals. Teaching in New Jersey meant having lunch and recess aides so that we had a 50-minute time period in the middle of the day to eat lunch and get work done. Today in North Carolina, elementary teachers face excessive demands and responsibilities with limited time during the school day to complete them. On average, due to planning meetings, I have about 1 hour per week within the confines of the school day to tackle all the things I'm expected to do. Not having a lunch break in North Carolina is exploiting your teachers. Elementary teachers are multitasking during their own personal lunchtime as cafeteria workers and custodians, and we are not being compensated for it. It has become an expectation that you do not get a respite, that your lunchtime is just another part of your day where you put the children first, and if there's a problem or accident, you may end up missing your lunch. In 2025, we deserve better than that. 2 years ago, after a visit with the Lieutenant Governor's staff, they agreed to send their policy director to us on a mission, much like the show Undercover Boss. We wanted him to trail a teacher to see what a typical day in the classroom is like. He was a very good sport. I treated him to a school lunch. He wiped the tables in our lunchroom and got what I would say was the full in-the-trenches experience. At the end of the day, he had 2 main takeaways. When do you go to the bathroom? And this is exhausting. It never ends. In our social studies curriculum, we teach our children that a hero stands up for the rights of others. I do not fault our administration or our school board for creating this expectation where we are working through our lunchtime, but you have the power and the voice to change this. Ask the county commissioners to put money towards hiring lunch aides. Take a look at how funding is spent and make this issue a priority. I worked for 2 years on TAC as the co-chair of the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Committee, specifically on duty-free lunch. We did the research, put forth a proposal, and we feel like it fell on deaf ears. I have a homework assignment for everybody listening. Watch the documentary film American Teacher, whose stark reality is very true, but keep in mind when you watch it that the salary guide in North Carolina hasn't increased for our most experienced teachers in a 16-year period. I'd like to thank Dr. Bracie for making us feel valued and heard, and for making raising the supplement pay a priority. Your teaching staff appreciates your dedication to our county, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Chapman.
Hello, my name is Ben Chapman. There are 4 policies under review that concern me. I'm asking for the board to support enumerated protections in policy. I'm asking for the board to support expanded protections in policy. And I'm asking for the board to reject the flag ban policy. Following the March meeting, I began reaching out to people, meeting with groups and organizing in the community with the following premise. Discrimination protections should be added to policies, not removed. Through several conversations, we settled on the idea that Johnston County Public Schools should join Durham and Wake County and enact Crown protections in local policy. CROWN is an acronym for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair. The simple goal is to expand race discrimination protections to include natural hair and protected hairstyles. Our petition reads, we petition the Johnston County Board of Education to adopt CROWN Act protections by amending existing policy to include additional discrimination protections. We ask that these protections broadly prohibit discrimination in employment policy, as well as all policies related to bullying, discrimination, and harassment. We ask that they explicitly incorporate CROWN Act protections into policy. Through 2 events, I've already collected 51 signatures, and we've had a lot of conversations with people in Johnston County. Almost every single person I speak with supports inclusive protections and expansive protections in policy. That's my response to those three policies. Now I need to address the fourth policy, Policy 5210. I think that teachers deserve our trust and confidence to select appropriate displays for classrooms. I refer to this as a flag ban policy because in effect it could ban the display of educationally relevant flags for no good reason. Reading available materials, I cannot discern any reason given, so I ask for clarity and an explanation of why this policy is good and necessary. Since I have a little bit of time, the language referring to related to the United States is one in which I've reflected on, and I've tried to determine what that refers to. There is a flag from the 2000s that was flown in demonstrations for marriage equality called the U.S. Marriage Equality Pride Flag. As each new state recognized same-sex marriage, they made the flag, the star on the flag, hot pink. And when all 50 states recognized marriage equality, they had a complete canton full of those hot pink stars. Would this flag be banned under this policy, or does this flag relate to the United States? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Capricia George.
Good evening. You said my name perfect. Thank you. Okay, I'm a North Carolina native, a veteran, and a parent who moved my family to Johnston County seeking a slower pace of life, an area that's grounded in community, opportunity, and fairness. Tonight, I come to you with a heavy heart. I recently sat down early at work at Fort Bragg, and I pulled up a Board of Education video from the April meeting. In that discussion was partisanship. 41 states currently have state laws in place on having a nonpartisan Board of Education. Yet here in North Carolina, specifically in the fastest growing county in our state, we are still debating partisanship in public education. We call this a fast growing area, but it's not growing as far as what we need to have for our youth. We're here for affordable living and better lives, not political agendas. I have concerns on the four policies. Some I may go into and explore more, but I have concerns on all four of them. The first policy is 5210, the distribution of non-school material. We must make sure we put that U.S. and state flags and military insignias can still stay in the classroom. This is because military is important to me, and it should be important to the community. The flags came into the classroom around the time of World War II, Desert Storm, and 9/11. It should stay. We have cyber issues here that we don't know how to handle. When your water department or your electric department or your gas company gets hacked and asks for ransoms, those are acts of war that we do not know how to yet handle. So we should continue to keep those flags in the classrooms because that goes by repetition and visual learning to our students. Harassment and bullying. The new policy is very vague. It takes out a lot of the wording that's very important and we should be adding to policy and not removing. The same for cyberbullying. The policy is very vague and a lot of wording is taken out. It should be added, not removed. The recruitment and selection of personnel. True merit-based hiring should be transparent. Promotions and opportunities should be posted, not decided behind closed doors. Johnston County Schools is the largest employer in the area. We should be setting the standard for how we promote fairness and excellence and not avoiding it. Lastly, I want to touch briefly on House Bill 116 and its quiet impact on local school governance. There is no accountability, no paper trail, no public debate. It's just a political ambush. We voted on choice.
Thank you for commenting. Your time has run out. You are more than welcome to email. If you would like to go ahead and email us your whole thing, then we can read. Thank you so much. Okay. Our next speaker is Nancy Jarecki. See, I've messed this one up. Jarecki. See, I'm sorry. I knew your name was Nancy, but I didn't know the last name. Okay. Thank you.
Jarecki. It's really very easy, but everyone messes it up. You've already said who I am. I'm also a member of Public Schools Strong, and I'm a resident of rural Johnston County. Dr. Bracie, as we are losing you to another district, we want to take this time to say thank you for your contributions to our students and the district. You have been respectful and responsive to the public, namely our groups. And under your guidance, the students have made academic gains. We have appreciated all of your interactions with us. We also thank the Board of Education for your search and the choice of Dr. Bracie. And we urge you to again engage in a wide search to hire someone who will be able to continue on the groundwork that has been made by him. I thank you for your time, and Dr. Bracie, we wish you well.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Libertus Solomon.
It's Dr. L. Bertrice Solomon. I want to say thank you so much to Chair Andrews, Vice Chair Trippett, and you, Dr. Bracie, celebrating heroes, as the second speaker says, one who stands up for what is right, and to all the other distinguished board members. Mr. Carroll, I want to say that I echo the sentiments of the citizens before me. It is with passion, responsibility, and commitment that I seize this opportunity to make a public comment regarding the policies that are under review. In specific, focusing on 1710, I specifically want you to underscore the relevance and the importance of promoting and creating a safe and inclusive environment that is conducive to learning. After being apprised of the board's intent to modify the language in 1710, I think it's more discussion and dissemination of information so that we can collectively support an informed decision and influence the decision of the board. It is essential that you understand that by removing the enumeration of protections for the protected classes, which are the categories that enumerates race, gender, disability, etc., it's important to understand that when it is vague, that you open up these classes to vulnerabilities of the vagrancies and independent discretion of individuals making those decisions, that ushers in ambiguity, doubt, and a lack of uniformity. According to the preliminary version of the document being proposed, that language shifts and diminishes those protections. It is essential that we look at everyone as being important and relevant. All students matter. It's essential that we understand that the board's duties and obligation is to foster a positive and conducive learning environment that supports holistic development and academic success. To do otherwise would be to fail the students. To do otherwise can particularly usher in trauma, in specific racial trauma. It's important that each of you take the liberty to note that you hold the academic success of each student in your hand. The immutability of the personhood of individual students should be protected. Maintaining the enumeration of the protected classes can create DEI, dynamic, engaged individuals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Chris Cornegay.
Good evening to the board members, Superintendent Dr. Bracie.
I'm the Reverend Dr. Christopher Carnegie, the Johnston County Branch President of NAACP. I'm here today to affirm a fundamental truth, that every student has the right to a fair, equitable education in a safe and supportive environment. Yet without strong, enforceable school policies, that right is too often denied. Guided by the values of the NAACP and the broader fight for civil rights, we urge this board to take bold action, strengthen protections, address inequities, and ensure that every child in this district can learn with dignity, safety, and opportunity. I stand before you not just as a concerned citizen, but as part of a growing coalition of parents, advocates, and community partners committed to ensuring that every student in Johnston County receives an education rooted in equity, safety, and respect. Our district has policies that speak to these values, specifically Policy 1710 on discrimination and harassment, Policy 5210 on fair student discipline, Policy 4313 on the responsibility to maintain a positive learning environment, and Policy 7100 on hiring and staffing that supports student success. These are not just administrative documents. These are not just administrative documents, they're promises. Promises to our children, to our educators, and to this community. But policies without proper enforcement, clear protections, and specific inclusive language are simply paper shields. We need to ask, are we truly living up to what these policies demand? Are we holding ourselves accountable for equity in practice, not just in writing? Now is the time for action. So as the NAACP, we urge this board to take the following steps. Conduct a full compliance audit of these policies, especially those that safeguard students from harm and discrimination. Establish formal partnerships with community groups, civil rights organizations like the NAACP, and concerned citizens to build accountability and transparency into policy enforcement. 3, create a public-facing equity and safety dashboard to report real-time data on incidents, disciplinary trends, and hiring practices, because what gets measured gets addressed. Strengthen training and support for teachers and staff to ensure they understand their roles as protectors of every student's right to learn with dignity, and to reaffirm this district's commitment to respect for all students, regardless of race, background, identity, or ability. We're at a critical juncture. Students are navigating an increasingly complex world, and they're looking to us, the adults in this room, for leadership, for justice, and for protection. Let's not wait for another headline, another harm, or another lawsuit. Let's lead with urgency, courage, and care, and let Johnston County be a model of what it looks like when policies are not just written, but they're lived out. And board, I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments. Our next speaker is Anita Bland.
Dr. Bracie, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tippett, and the rest of the board, thank you for the platform today. CHS is on schedule to lose its socioeconomic diversity with the opening of Wilson's Mill High School and the implementation of the new assignment districts. We, being a city school, have been unusually fortunate to have subdivisions within our city limits that have the financial means to fund our extracurricular programs. Our sports, arts, and academics have thrived due to the participation of volunteers and the investment of significant funds from families who support their students at CHS. Those subdivisions are being reassigned to other schools for the 26-27 year. Although we will retain families who want the best for their students and will do their best to contribute, the level of expendable income and free volunteer hours we've come to depend on will be greatly diminished. The impact areas that are drawn for Clayton in the new district will not have an impact for 15 years. DOT and county infrastructure expansion can't move as quickly as lines can be drawn. New development and the resulting new students are dependent on the timelines of both. The damage will be done before the first family ever moves into the Copper District. Our city officials, neither elected nor staff, have a choice in this, and we're not consulted about any projected numbers of students to move into our newly drawn district. I've spoken with our town planning department, our city council, and a commissioner about my observations, which are based on statistics and the history we've all observed with what happened to Triple S in Cooper Elementary. To date, I have received no argument against my reasoning, and these are some of the replies, and I will quote. I think you're right. I don't know how I missed this. Clayton needs to rise up. I'm not sure why it is that the town is separated into 3 different assigned high schools. Now, this is the town. is divided into 3 separate high schools: Clayton High School, Wilson Mills High School, and Corinth Holders High School. We are building a $120 million school with additional capacity for growth on the current grounds of Clayton High School. Not only will we be moving students at the onset of the redistricting implementation, but as statistics and history hold true, we will continue to lose students to private, charter, and other public schools. They follow the opportunities that money creates. Who will explain to the citizens of Johnston County why they are paying for a beautiful new school that sits half empty on any given school day and has little to show for the new auditorium and athletic facilities? With the inevitable loss of staff, will our academics suffer? As John F. Kennedy stated, a rising tide lifts all boats. Economists and politicians know this to be true. All participants within a rising economy benefit. Our students have been cut from that opportunity and benefit with the drawing of a line. Again, I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Judge Addie Rawls.
Good evening. I note for the record, I just put Addie Rawls on that paper, but it's certainly my pleasure to be here today as Addie Rawls, and a concerned citizen, and certainly a citizen here who would not let the opportunity come to bid our superintendent goodbye. As I grow older, I find myself becoming more sentimental and even more sensitive. Even as I've sat here through this meeting tonight, I've heard some of the common denominators that I've listened to all of my life. It's amazing that we've come this far, yet I'm still transferred back to the early 1970s and 80s in a small town called Washington, North Carolina. And so we must think about it. And I said, sitting there, that I guess I got to take up where 6-9 left off and show up to some meetings just to hear what we're confronted with on a regular basis. So I say that to say this month, we've lost 2 remarkable individuals. Our beloved coach, Marlon Lee, and my friend and brother, and our most esteemed superintendent, Dr. Eric Bracie. Dr. Bracie, we extend our deepest gratitude to you for all your invaluable contributions you have made to the lives of all children in Johnston County. Your exceptional work has not only benefited our schools, but our students, our staff, and all the employees of Johnston County Public Schools, and all of the wonderful volunteers. I sit here reminiscing about our vision, our mission, our values, and our core values here, that you gave me the opportunity to sit in the evenings to help come up with some of those words that appear there. Not only was I there, but another great person in this community, Dr. E. Marie Watson, who led our Johnson Lee Harnett Community Action for over 45 years. You tapped into us, and we say thank you. The famed gospel singer Yolanda Adams heralded these heartfelt words in a song entitled, "What About the Children?" It says, "What about the children? It is so easy to overlook their plight. So many innocent children are at risk of making poor choices. Let us remember the importance of showing them love and care as we did when we were children. Without the guidance and support of those who cared, where would we be today? We are truly grateful for your service as our superintendent, and I thank you for your friendship with me. Your dedication and compassion is truly remarkable. I look forward to watching the next chapters of your life unfold for you and your family. And I make a commitment to remain involved in this county in providing services and resources to our children and schools. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Addie Rawls. I won't use the, they wrote it on the piece of paper. Okay. No, okay. Well, I know you would never be pretentious. So our next speaker is Chiquita Batista. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Board, Chair. I think I'm really directing to Dr. Bracie. My son is Sterling Baptiste. If you mind, can I get him just to stand? My son's name is Sterling Baptiste. He attends Cleveland High School. Everybody heard of the incident that took place April 30th at Cleveland High School. Darren is not only, and I may be biased because I'm his mom, but Darren is not just a football player at Cleveland High School. He's a basketball player and he's a track player. A track runner, and he excels at all of that. Not only that, he's a good student. He's been in Johnston County for 3 years. This is his first incident, besides cell phones. This is his first incident. I look at the words behind you and I see empathy and accountability. Any one of you guys could talk to Darren and you'll say that woman, that man raised that boy right. He's a leader without trying to be a leader. Sometimes we're put in positions where we're natural leaders, but our maturity has not processed that. And that's how it is with Darren. I look at my son, and since this incident, I see he's about 10 pounds lighter. What's wrong, Darren? Nothing, Mom. I don't want you to worry. But as my mom always tells me, you're only as happy as your saddest child. Darren, to the community, because he not only plays sports with the high school, he plays sports with the community. It's all he knows since he's been 3 years old. Is Darren a clown? Yes, very much so. But he's also a loving, loving, loving child. And the one thing I tell my boys, because I have an older boy who's 18 who just graduated, you're allowed to make a mistake, but learn from that mistake. Don't repeat that mistake. And when you see others making the same mistake, you speak up for them and you tell them what's right and what's wrong. So Dr. Bracie, I got a minute left. I know your last day is on June 30th. I'm a remote worker, but I have to go back to work, which means I travel. I ask you to please, and I want to say Melanie Lee has been, her communication skills need to be studied. Every time I call or text, she has contacted me at the school board.
Okay, don't call any names.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
But I urge you to have this done before, since you made that decision, because they want to send him that choice program for violent and juvenile offenders, and Darren is not. I'll send this video to anybody, and you look in your phone as parents and tell me, do you not have a video of your churn hearts playing? You know, but I urge you to set that appeal before you leave. You made the decision you made to send Darren to that school. I want to appeal it. So make that decision to see or hear us out before then. Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Blake. I'm sorry. I've got one before you. I'm sorry. The list. Frank Eccles. Okay. Frankie. Sorry. Again, they didn't have it right.
Testing. Good evening, school board. Thank you all so much for your time. Dr. Bracie, thank you so much. I am with Down Home and Public School Strong of Johnston County, and Public School Strong is requesting that the board actively solicits and consider public input during the search for our new superintendent. There are several approaches that have been proven effective in gathering public feedback, such as a town hall meetings to provide opportunities for community members to directly engage with the board and provide feedback. Online surveys or questionnaires can gather broad community perspectives on desired qualities and priorities for a superintendent. Focus groups to hold discussions with specific stakeholders like teachers, parents, community partners to gather detailed feedback, and public forums or special meetings where you can discuss the superintendent search process. Also gather input from the public. Are we sure, I'm sorry, as we are sure you would agree, community involvement in the selection of the superintendent, who will be a crucial leader and public face of Johnston County Public Schools, is significant. Public feedback can help ensure that chosen candidate aligns with the community's values and priorities. And Public School Strong offers our full support in helping you facilitate public initiatives such as organizing meetings, distributing surveys, or in other ways that would support your efforts in a wide search. So we encourage feedback from the public because we do want to be involved. And that is also coming from our member, Deborah Bolin, who was not able to be here tonight. I have 2 graduates from Johnston County Public Schools, proud full scholarship graduates. So I'm very proud of the relationship that I've had with the public schools. And I also would make one more comment since I have some time. I fully support the language that decreases and prevents bullying. I support the Crown Act, and I also support nonpartisan races. Thank you all for bringing those things to our attention again, because we have discussed those before. And as I always say, leave education nonpartisan. If you want to know, you want someone to know what your party is, get engaged with your voters. Do town halls. Go to your districts and talk to your constituents. Education should remain nonpartisan. And with my last 20 seconds, thank you, Dr. Bracie. You have been incredible with your flexibility, with your partnership with our organizations. We appreciate your efforts, and we hope and pray that the next person will continue those same efforts, because getting the public involved, which Down Home and Public School Strong represents, is imperative. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jeremy Blake.
Tilt this up a little bit, I guess. Just a little bit. All right, there you go. There you go. All right, so, well, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it. The opportunity to come speak to you. Dr. Bracie, thank you. As everyone's kind of, I'll echo what everyone else is saying and not go too far. I'm sure you're probably sick of hearing it at this point. But thank you for all your service to the county and our families. And nothing but the best of luck to you going forward as you pursue your future endeavors in Cumberland County. So thank you. I'm here on behalf of, something that was just mentioned by Mrs. Batiste. And I'm here on behalf of Theron. I have mentored Theron in the past, and I'm here on behalf of that appeal to one, echo her sentiment that hopefully you'll be able to see that before you move forward into your career, because of course, for continuity purposes, it seems like it'll help, the process from somebody coming in. I'm also here just to talk, a little bit about the young man as well, and that appeal process as it looked forward. Am I losing something here? No. Okay. All right. So I'll kind of read this. I stand before you today not to excuse a mistake, but to advocate for grace, understanding, and perspective. Theron Batiste is not just a student or an athlete. He's family for me, and I don't say that lightly. Theron is a 16-year-old young man who made a mistake, an impulsive, immature decision that does not reflect the kind of person he truly is. You can't define this kid by the 3+ seconds he actually participated in that event of horseplay and or bullying, which I don't condone, quite frankly, at all. Like many teenagers, Theron's still growing, learning, navigating the pressures and the emotions that come with adolescence. But what sets Theron apart is who he has consistently been outside of that one moment. Theron has no history or track record of serious trouble, but it's actually quite the opposite. He's a kind-hearted, respectful, and possesses a genuine, pleasant demeanor. He's the kind of young man who shows up not just for himself, but for others. He supports his friends, looks out for the greater good, and lends a hand whenever it's needed. In my experience, and I have a lot with him, since his time in middle school, whenever I've coordinated volunteers for community service events at soup kitchens and such in the community, that requires selflessness and effort, Theron's been the first one to raise his hand. Not only participate, but engage with those folks with his infectious smile. Not for recognition, but because simply that's who he is. And he understands that it's who he wants to be, and he's unique in so many ways. In recent months, he's begun showing signs of maturity that go beyond his years. He's taken responsibility for his actions, acknowledged where he fell short, and has begun to hold his peers to higher standards too. That's what leadership looks like in its early stages. Not perfection, but progress. And he's showing it. The incident has already impacted the young man in profound ways, both good and bad. The initial punishment he received was severe and far beyond what was necessary for 8 seconds of horseplay in that video. And yet he has taken it as a lesson and not a grievance. But what he needs now is the support of his community, his church, his teachers, his coaches, and his friends. He needs the chance to continue learning and growing, not to be shut out from the very environment that helped him shape him.
Thank you so much
Thank you guys. I'll send the
for
rest.
coming and speaking.
I appreciate your time.
Our next speaker is Cedric Booth.
I'm not that tall. All right. Good evening to the board, Chair Andrews, Vice Chair Tippett, rest of the board, and Superintendent Bracie. Thank you for having me today. I am also standing here in support of Mr. Theron Batiste. I may read this, I may not, but I'm going off my heart. I've known him for a number of years at this point. My son, who is a teenager as well at Cleveland High School, they have played together for a number of years. He's actually been out to my house. Very respectful young man, somebody who I do not mind my son being with, whether it's in school, out in public, just in general. Young man didn't make a mistake. I do firmly believe in granting grace. Young people do make mistakes. I know I have, as probably most of the other young men have as well, as teenagers. Our brains are not fully developed. We are not able to make the right decisions at the right point in time. But, God grants us grace. He grants us the knowledge and the power to do better and to be better people. I firmly believe that Theron has learned his lesson, and I firmly believe that he is better because of this. I don't think that his educational opportunities over at Choice Academy will be what he necessarily needs to be a productive young man, and I don't think that he would receive the support that he would get if he was there versus being at his home school at Cleveland, amongst his teachers that he's known for so many years, amongst his peers that he's known for so many years, and amongst his other teammates that he's known for so many years. It is a family over there. I can attest that because I have been a coach in the community, whether it's, basketball teams, football teams, track teams, or whatnot. I don't coach within the schools, but I have coached within the community with other volunteer efforts. And I still do that to this day. My son does that as well. We hold our children to high values, such as Mr. Blake said. All of our children know each other. They have grown up together for so many years. And, with this opportunity, I just want to be here to speak and stand up for him as well, and just to express that I hope that you all can make that decision to, possibly reconsider the option and for him to go to Choice Academy and allow him to remain at home at Cleveland High School. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Chambly, did you want to speak? Did you want to speak?
Not at this time.
Okay. Okay, well, you are our next speaker if you want to speak.
Good evening, board members. My name again is Bracie Chambly, and I stand before you as a member of various organizations in the community. And someone has already taken my line that I'm deeply concerned about the changes that are being proposed and looked at in the Board of Education, as far as that every student deserves to walk into school and know that they are valued, not just because of their race, not just because of their status in their community or the parent's status in the community. But I would like for you to remove the suggested changes that are in the current, I don't even have the numbers of the board, the policies that I'm referring to. But I stand with all parents and all concerned citizens that our children need to be respected no matter who they are or where they come from. And I would like for you to maintain your status as a nonpartisan board when it comes to elections. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you who came tonight to speak on things that you're passionate about. And we welcome you to come and share your thoughts. They do not fall on deaf ears. We do not comment back to you. But I just want you to know, on behalf of the board, we appreciate it. It takes courage to get up and speak. And we appreciate your passion for all these different aspects and areas of our school system. So thank you so much for being here tonight. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then Mr. Britt, you're up. Okay? 5 minutes. Mr. Dr. Bracie? I just saw him. There he is. Okay. Mr. Britt, you're up.
Good evening again, board members. So the state of North Carolina requires all school districts to collect a list of fees that are charged to students within their district. That list is then collected and then provided to the local board of education to be voted on and approved. Then that list is published on the school district's website. And so we include that each year on the in the finance section of the school district's webpage. So before you, in your packet, you've got a list of proposed fees for this upcoming school year. On the far left, you've got what the fees are currently, and then on the far right in yellow are what are proposed, if there's any changes, what's proposed for next year. And so there are very few changes. One that has changed since the last time we spoke was there was a proposal that was out there from a school for increasing middle school athletics. That's since been rescinded, and so that amount will stay the same at $5 per ticket there. And so essentially there are no real changes other than the adult lunch meal price for for adults that eat in our school cafeteria, and that's going up to $4.75. So still quite a deal. Yeah. For staff. The only one that we don't have an amount for, and this is the same every year, is our out-of-district tuition. So that's the tuition amount for students that come into Johnston County from outside of Johnston County. That is calculated once the dollar amount is known by, from the county commissioners. So once the county funds us for this upcoming year, then we'll take that dollar amount, divide it by the total number of students, and that's how we calculate the fee for the upcoming year.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Donovan. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Lee. Any discussion?
I have a quick question. Mr. Britt, far as middle school athletics, and I think that's where something that's been rescinded from the increase.
Yes.
Does the county give the middle schools any money for athletics?
The school, both middle schools and high schools receive a allotment in their PRC 861 is their local allotment. It's a very small amount of money, and I don't recall what that number is off the top of my head. It's maybe $3,500 or so a year. It's I'd have to look that up to see exactly what that dollar amount is. They do receive a very small amount. It's nowhere near the amount needed to cover those programs, but it does supplement them.
I'm not advocating for increase or anything like that. I think you kind of have to be the athletic department for middle schools, especially. You kind of have to be solvent within itself because there's a lot of expenses. Like I said, I'm not advocating to increase, but I know with inflation, when you start reconditioning football helmets, that's very expensive. It might be up to what, Dr. Pierce, about 120, 150 bucks.
We cover that already.
So you cover that? All right, so that's a safety
middle
thing,
and high
right?
schools.
All right, so that makes it a little bit easier, but you still have to be solvent at the middle school. So has there been just anybody that's really said they've gone in the red or anything like that that you're aware of?
I haven't heard of any schools that are.
Have 3 schools that probably don't have booster clubs that are supportive. It definitely takes a booster club and an athletic program. Every year we reach out to the ADs and ask, ticket prices, and we have a form for where that can be. Right now we're sort of the same competitive. Basically we're passing the cost on to the parent.
Yeah.
Because it's through a ticket fee. But at this moment, we feel like when we look at all the financials, we've looked at all their spending and the money they have on hand, that there's only 2, maybe 3 schools that may need some additional help, and they can still figure out how to do it.
Okay, that's good.
Mr. Britt, just for clarification for parents, they hear that lunch is going up. That's just for the adults because all our students are still eating free.
That's right. Next year will be free for all students again.
Sounds good.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the approval of the school fees for the 25-26 school year, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Britt. Dr. Pierce, you're up.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Bracie, myself. It is our last time telling you, but I'd like to say thank you as well. And I will tell everyone here, if you don't know this, Dr. Bracie has the best memory of anybody in the entire world. He remembers everything and everybody he ever sees. So, in every place he's ever been. So don't think you're gonna get anything by him. And I hope we stay in touch. And the Cowboys never win. No, I'm just messing. He's an adamant Cowboy fan. I'm just messing. All right, first policy up is 4318. It is the use of wireless communication devices. Can we pull that policy up? That link to the agenda. Just so that we can sort of see from the first time you saw it to this time, just a couple of changes that has already happened. The first time the policy was presented, there was a change when it went back to agenda review. And during that time, what was adjusted is we took the word staff out of the line that said in elementary school, it used to say students and staff. We took the word staff out there, so it now only says students are not allowed to use cell phones. So you should see the staff that has been taken out on the elementary, middle, and high. And then most recently, you should see under B, that segment has been changed to only say now if a student does not comply with this policy, the code of conduct should be enforced. Prior, it had said something about a warning, and so that has been taken out in there. So those changes have happened since it's come to first read. And so as you see the policy today, it sits as it would go into place on your vote outside of any other revisions you all choose to make tonight.
But the statement, staff may use phones for emergency response purposes and when not responsible for supervising or instructing students, remains within the policy.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am, that is still there.
We have gotten feedback from,
Hang on. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we accept the policy as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Donovan. Now, discussion.
sure. I made my case for this policy, and I think we've gotten some emails from staff members that also would back this. And Ms. Medlin speaking tonight in public comment about the need for us to remove that statement from our policy for multiple reasons. But teachers using cell phones and not having to necessarily justify it in their classrooms, I think is an important part to maintain professionalism for our staff. I don't have access to the comments that were left for the policy committee through the website. And I don't know which school board members do, but I know that I do not. So I don't know what comments have been left about it. I just know the emails that I have received. I would love access. I think all of us as board members need access to those comments that have been left because it's a form of communication between our voters and people who work in our district and parents and anybody who wants to comment and us. And to me, it's just as important as receiving emails. But teachers use their phones for a lot of different reasons in class. Many of them mandated by our district, but also just as a convenience to communicate. I think Ms. Medlin did a really good job summarizing that. You know, when we need to ask somebody to come down to our room because we need to use the bathroom, when we, you know, if you have a kid who needs a moment in a different classroom and it's not really an administrative issue, but you text your teammate and say, hey, can we send this kid to your room for a few minutes just so they can decompress, right? And at no point in that part of our day should we have to look at a student or a group of students and say, hey, I'm using my cell phone because of this, right? Essentially, that's what we're going to be asking people to do when we say teachers can't use their cell phones. We have to justify why we're picking it up. It is just demoralizing to teachers. And yes, if I have a text come from my kid or my mother or my sister, I should be able to like pick up my phone and look at it and know what's going on. I don't know why this is an issue, but I will go back to if we have principals who are afraid to have the conversation that somebody's not doing their job, because that is a whole different issue and that does not need to be encompassed in this policy. If they are not doing their job, then that should be an administrator and employee discussion about not performing to your duties that you've been assigned. This does not need to be written in policy. We do not need to have a policy to back that up. The conversation needs to happen regardless if this is specified in this policy or not. If somebody's not performing their duties because they're too busy buying something on Amazon or on social media or whatever it is that they're doing, then that is a supervision issue by their principal, bottom line. Let's not do the, hey, everybody, like, let's not punish everybody for the few. Let's not do that, because as a teacher, my students hate that. As a teacher, I hate getting that email from my principal saying, this is what we have to do now because one or two people are doing it, but let's punish everybody for it. Let's not do that as a board to our staff.
Well, I mean, just a couple of comments. I was a teacher too. Classroom for a long time, so I think I can speak as a teacher as well. I honestly don't see a problem with the policy. I mean, I don't know why any teacher would question you don't use the phone when you're teaching. I don't get it. I mean, you know, you may reference several times to you being a teacher, but again, I was in the same classrooms with multiple teachers. And if you're teaching, then you're not to be on your phone. Now, the issue that you raised, and I do hear you on that, and I hear some other teachers on that. The issue you have, and when I was on the policy committee the last 2 years, there has been a cell phone policy in effect in the student code of conduct the entire time. I personally had 4 more phone calls. And when I would go to schools, teachers who would say, we need to update the policy, make it more, put more teeth into it. And yes, some teachers said you need to deal with the staff also. I was told that. Now, to your point, that it's a handful, yes, a handful, but unfortunately, that's the way society is. You have speed limit because some people speed. Now, the issue is you. And I don't have a problem with taking what was taken out, but I do have a problem when if we're saying to our if we're going to say students put the phones away, you can't use your phone. And again, with all due respect, I mean I have lots of people that I read all the emails, I read everything. The issue I have, and I'm a little taken back by it, is when I hear I may not work in Johnston County because of this policy. And that's fine, but let me make it perfectly clear. Ms. Rydell made, I can't respond while she's speaking, but I can respond afterwards. She held up a social studies curriculum. I didn't get these emails when we bought the social studies curriculum. I haven't got emails from spending $9 million on a language arts and science curriculum that not every county has. I haven't had a lot of people, and again, I think Ms. Rydell mentioned this too. She thanked Dr. Bracie for the thousands of dollars, because it's been a few $1,000 supplements since he's been here. But if we have staff who are going to send me an email and say, you've questioned my professionalism. I don't know if I can work in Johnston County Public Schools any longer because I've been told I can't be on the phone when I'm teaching. And that bothers me. That bothers me a great deal. And I can say that as a former teacher. I guess I just don't get that. And I think that's where I am.
I'm going to intervene here a little bit. So one of the big things when I've walked through high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, and talked with principals, walked around with them, I've pointed out, especially in high schools, you've got students glued to their phones. You've got staff also glued to their phones. And the response has been, we need a policy with some teeth so we can hold teachers accountable. Until then, we have autonomy with teachers and they pretty much do whatever they want. This doesn't just include cell phones. This includes multiple different devices, including devices that teachers bring in where students aren't reading books, but they're read alouds. That's a problem for me. That kids aren't actually reading the books, but they're just following along. I as a parent, when I send a teacher a message in the Rooms app, I don't expect a message back until after the school day because teachers are busy teaching. They've got so much on their plate. I know that there's a lot that they take home, and in the future, I'm going to bring up we need to talk about elementary school and how we can give them more time. But until then, I seriously feel like that we've got to have something. Now, you did bring up some things. Medical issues, they're covered in the policy. Emergency issues, if there's an emergency in the classroom, if there's a behavior issue in the classroom, that is an emergency. A lot of teachers have sent that as well. And I want to make perfectly clear, there's nothing saying that teachers can't have their phones in this policy. But we want to make sure that when it's time for teaching, they're in the classroom teaching. Now, I understand there's Authenticator app. I understand that there's things that are needed to log in. And I think with some school level guidance, I think that can be addressed. But this comes down to the ask from the principals, hey, we need something that we can hold accountable.
Oh yeah, I've got lots, but we've got an observation evaluation tool. We've got a way to hold teachers accountable that does not require this policy. So that's the teeth every day. If administrators are aware that teachers are in their classrooms when they're supposed to be teaching or supervising students, and they're not doing their jobs, then that can be documented. I don't know why we need this specific policy to do that. There is a very clear outline of the responsibilities of teachers. Again, we have got an evaluation tool to make that happen. And if they're not doing their job, then document it on the evaluation tool. Part of this is when parents and kids are aware that teachers are not supposed to have their phones, and the moment we need to use one, whether it's an Authenticator app or anything else, I should not have to justify it to a classroom full of my kids why I'm having to pick up my phone. I'm the adult in the room. And if I have a bunch of 12-year-olds looking at me and reporting back home to mom or dad, my teacher picked up her phone today. Yeah, I picked up my phone, and I don't have time to explain it to you why I had to pick up my phone. I support the student part wholeheartedly. We have got to intervene. I don't think there's anybody you're going to talk to in this county that will say otherwise. But I do, again, if we're going to have the conversation about teeth and policy, let's just go back to the evaluation instrument for teachers and observations and, things that can be included. Those are conversations that administrators should be having. It does not require them to have a policy. It requires the job description. That's it.
But I'm willing to bet you that there might be 1% of that documented, maybe. And that's an administrative level issue. Until that gets fixed, I feel like this policy should stand in place.
But this policy isn't going to fix that until the administrators are willing to have that conversation. It doesn't matter if this is policy or bottom line. So why are we punishing people? Why are we making it an issue when it's A, probably not as many people as we think, and B, if it's something that administrators should be handling, then they need to handle it.
I don't see where the punishment's coming in. I mean, I guess maybe if you can. I mean, I don't have a problem with you voicing your opinion, but I don't understand the punishment. If you can just tell me.
Well, just having this expectation that we're not supposed to be on our phones, and yet we have things that require us to be on our phones. And so who are we gonna it's this justification. I'm gonna have to, every time somebody sees me on my phone, I'm gonna have to account for why it was. Whether there was an authenticator app, whether it was communicating with a parent, whether it was asking my colleague if I can go pee, whatever it is, I'm going to have to justify why I picked up my phone. That is essentially what this is doing. And classroom teachers do not, by and large, last time we had this meeting and I asked to have it pulled out and discussed, we were not live streamed. A lot of people don't go and look at the pages and they don't know about it. And that's unfortunate because I think we have a lot of educators who would feel this way about this policy.
Do students ask you now if you're on your phone in class while you're on your phone?
No, because there's not a policy where their parents look at them and go, hey, there's a policy. If you can't be on your phone, guess what? It says your teachers can't either. We all know that there are parents out there who are going to weaponize that. I know it.
I think we just need to change the perception of what we're actually doing here and get it in focus of what the policy is directing us to do. There is an individual, a woman, her name is Angela Duckworth. She gave the commencement speech at Bates University this May. And I would encourage anyone listening to this, go listen to her speech. At the very beginning of her speech, she takes her phone and gives it to the chancellor, and she asked for his phone. And then she reaches out to the audience and she said, now I'm asking everyone to exchange your phone with whoever is sitting next to you. Angela Duckworth is the New York Times bestselling author of Grit. She's a psychologist. She's worked on these issues for years. Her whole speech is about situation modification. And she's saying the cell phones have become these things that we become, all of us have become, it's like blinking our eyes, she says. It's like blinking our eyes. When it beeps us or it, texts us, we pick it up and we don't even recognize what we're doing. It's become instinctual and we lose objective space in front of us. We aren't able to see what's happening in front of us, and we all do it. And what she went on to talk about in her commencement speech was that removing your phone is what mindfulness now looks like in the digital age. Not willpower, but wisdom to shape your situation, which will eventually shape you. She said successful strivers, very highly successful athletes, people who are successful in their occupations shape their behavior. They understand they do not have willpower. You cannot willpower over this. And they create deliberate designs in their situations to make wise choices easier. The idea here is student-centered. It's not teacher-centered. We want students to be centered, the center of learning. We want them instructed. We want to say, hey, teachers, we know the Rooms app is there. We know we have Dojo. We know you have emails coming in. I'm not accusing any teacher of using their phone in some nefarious way that isn't education related. But I want them solely focused so they can be highly successful in that classroom for the students. So the perception of this isn't to snitch out a teacher or to punish a teacher, but it's to realign our behaviors, and we all need to do it, to make the focus. So that's where I come at this policy. It's not about damaging, it's not about hurting, it's about giving teachers the actual freedom to instruct without having to feel like they're distracted. So that's where I'm coming from.
I asked for it to be pulled out for the staff issue because I do think, when I'm going over and reading it, we've lumped the teacher with the student. And we've heard speak or talk about treat us like professionals. That's what we hear all the time from teachers is we need to be treated with respect, treated as professionals. And, my take on it was, we need to let the teacher have control of the classroom, is what we're saying. We may have trouble with some teachers on their phone. But I'm coming from the point that I'm willing to take staff out of this policy and send a message. Look, folks, professionals sometimes, a lot of times, have a way of self-regulating each other. There's a standard. And, we will call on them to report on their peers. It happens everywhere. When people are not up to standards in different professions, they're held accountable. So I feel like we should take staff out, deal with the student phone issue. This policy can be amended in a year if we find out, well, they're not doing it. They're just playing with us about being professional. But I'm willing to, say, I hear you, and I'm willing to treat you and respect you as a professional and be able to control yourself and your phone use in a classroom to what is necessary, and your personal, private, non-emergency stuff can wait. So I think that would be a good move on our part to begin with the understanding that, hey, it can be modified anytime if it's still a problem. The other part of this that I think we should listen to, and this goes to listening to people when they share things with you. We brought student leaders in from across the county to the student leaders luncheon. Cell phone policy was an issue. We talked about this when we first discussed this thing. And a compromise that they all, it ran the gamut from, confiscating the phones to they free use, do whatever. But the thing that set well with them, that they felt was a good compromise they could live with, these are student leaders, that during lunchtime and between classes, they could use their phones. Now, I'm coming from a point, if we're going to take the time to bring students in and ask your opinion of things, and then we come on the heels of having that meeting and we don't listen to a word they say, why have the meetings? Why bring them in? Why ask their opinion? So, I would like to see, or I think we should consider, just students may have cell phones during lunchtime and between classes. I will agree that
They do have it during lunchtime in high
I
school.
understand, but they had between classes. I do understand, and I understand from my granddaughter, who is violently opposed to cell phone policy and has expressed her opinion to me. Oh, yes. Her point was, well, Papa, when I finish my work in class, what am I supposed to do? Sit there. I'm saying that, well, don't you have other work to do? No, I'm having to wait. So that's another issue, that are we being rigorous enough in these classes that one student can finish in 15 minutes and I got to sit there 45 while others are doing it. So as a reasonable alternative to respect what I heard from students, lunchtime and what did you call it, class intercession, or I'm not sure between classes.
Change classes, which
Change
takes
of
about
classes.
3 minutes, 4 minutes,
Hey,
something like that, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe about 3 or 4 minutes.
If everybody,
5 minutes.
if everybody buys in
5
and
minutes.
we can work with that, I mean, it's a good, again, we can change the policy. So those are the two issues that, I feel like I want to listen to the teachers. I want to you know, it did look to me like, or read to me like, well, wait a minute, we're just treating them like children. Let's don't do that. Let's take the staff out. Let's ask them, these two ladies here, I'll call them the dynamic duo. We've heard from them many times. And, you know, I believe they are representative, if you will, of the vast majority of our teachers in the system that are doing it. What we need to do is have them police the ones that are playing with their phones and not teaching our kids. Give them that opportunity, and with the understanding that, you know, if we don't see changes, we'll have a policy.
Well, I think the reason you have a policy is because we haven't seen changes. Now, the issue with professionalism, I mean, that's what, as I said, every year, every time since I was in the classroom, that's always been the thing, because we treat teachers as professionals. I get all that. Now, quite frankly, my doctor doesn't talk on his phone when he's with me. My dentist doesn't talk on his phone when he's with me. He's doing his job with his patients. If I speak to an attorney, that attorney doesn't get on the phone and check his phone when he's talking to me. He's doing his job as a professional. If we are going to talk about teachers as professionals, then we have to understand we don't talk on our phone when we're teaching class. I mean, I mean, that's just a fact. And I think we there's a difference in saying things for decades and following through with things. I don't have a problem with giving our high school students their phone at lunch. Mr. Baker over at Selma Middle, and he's not in here. I'm just pointing. Y'all look like Mr. Steve Baker anyway. Mr. Baker over at Selma Middle this year implemented a phone policy where the students turn them off all day. They don't have them at lunch. They don't have them any time. Little to no problems. So, I have no problem keeping high school lunch. Right. What he did was gave them a choice of sitting where they wanted to in the cafeteria or having their phones at lunch. And they chose to sit where they wanted to in the cafeteria. So, I mean, it is what it is. But I don't, as far as alterations to the policy.
Excuse me,
I
but the
wouldn't.
middle school allows that. What I'm talking about is just the high school. I think if you didn't the middle school say the students from first bell to last bell.
I was saying the high schools can have them during lunch. Middle school can't.
Yeah, but you were referencing the middle school. I wasn't sure.
No,
I was just talking about high school now.
Okay, right. Yeah, I was saying middle schools. It's worked over at Selma. Really good with Mr. Baker, not having him at lunch.
What, Dr. Pierce, I understand that the teachers are correct in the sense that there are apps and things that are necessary on their phones. I know, and we know about some of them. They may be using some that we don't know. I know about the emergency response one. I know about the we all have to use a second authenticator and about everything we log into now. Okay.
3CX app.
Okay.
Some of them may use their phone as a clicker almost. I hate to say it that way, but a digital clicker, that interactive apps, what have you. They may use them as translators. I mean, everything you heard tonight may very well be what their phones are being used for. Are
Chromebooks available for those same purposes?
So some of those things will not function in a Chromebook platform. No, ma'am.
Okay.
We have Chromebooks and teacher laptops, and we have enough for all kids to have one in a surplus. But some of those things, they would have to change the tool they currently use and use a different tool that probably could be used on a Chromebook, but not maybe the one they're using. Because personal devices are personal. They like to use their own platform or iOS system or whatever Android system that they have. So each person is probably using something that is preference to them. Can I offer a suggestion? And you don't have to take it. You can leave it. and this may not be good for some of you, but what if you choose to take staff out, but what if staff may use phones for emergency responses and instructional purposes? Does that help? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I've heard several things.
I guess my question would be, I mean, I don't have a problem with that statement. I was thinking more of educational instruction, but my concern is if I'm using my personal phone as a mouse for my smart board, or I don't think we call it that, I have concerns that teachers are having to do that. You know, I think we're letting, it's sort of like students using phones for purposes of getting their education. That's our job. Our job is to make sure students have the supplies they need for their education, that they don't have to use a personal phone to log into something that the school system is requiring them to do. I think you're walking a very fine line there. And so that's my same concern with the faculty, because they're telling the truth, I'm sure, about the things they're using phones for. But my concern is, are we to the point where a teacher has to use her personal phone to teach in our classrooms? I don't think so.
No, I think that's preference.
Right. And that's my, and I know that our educators know, and we all know, we have a serious issue with cell phones and our young people. And we have a serious issue because every one of us in this room are addicted to them as well. If you have one, you're addicted to it. They make it that way. I would recommend you read the book, The Anxious Generation, if you want to hear what's happening to young people because of cell phones. And so, I think everybody knows where we're coming from. We got to do this. I think the question is about staff, but I don't want to take anything away from staff's ability to teach. No way. But I'm concerned if we are relying on that I got to have a certain kind of phone in order to teach my class. Does that make sense to y'all? I do remind us, and I've been an educator all my life. I have not had another profession, but there are many professions when you show up for work, that phone goes away. There's many professions like that. I'm in those facilities every week, into facilities where when you show up for work, that phone goes in a locked cabinet and you don't get it till you leave work. Now, I'm not saying we need to do that. I don't mean that. I'm just saying I don't think it's ever meant to say we're not going to treat you professionally. So I certainly understand where the teachers are coming.
The only, Dr. Pierce, the question I have, and it might have been Ms. Medlin, gave a lot of examples of different things. I think most of them were communication apps or something. We don't have an expectation on teachers that they're going to respond to a parent.
They need to respond to them, but not at the moment they.
No, but they're not going to, because if we have teachers doing, if that's expectations, then that shouldn't be an expectation of our teachers. So I think but make sure that if that was happening, I wanted to make sure that stopped, because I know there were a lot of communication camps, and I do get this with your, and my guess is that what elementary teachers do is sometimes we'll take one of those communication devices and send little Johnny's work. A snapshot of it home to mom and dad, especially if he wasn't doing well the previous day. Hey, look, he's doing good today. I get that, and I don't want to take that away from you. So, but you can't. You wouldn't do that in the middle of teaching the rest of the class. So that's what I'm saying. So you still do those. You still have that chance to do those things, but you wouldn't do it while you were teaching.
I think we've all seen. A lot of people. You're at a school play, you're at a sporting event, and people are sitting there with their phone watching the event through the phone. They've lost the periphery. They lost the event. They lost the actual experience. They're living digital. I think that's what I think a lot of us are trying to give the freedom in the profession to do. And it's going to come, not going to be easy at first. You can laugh, that's fine, go ahead, laugh. It's not going to be easy at first. My point is, we're going to give you the freedom to do it. Let's try it. There might be kinks. Y'all might need, I've heard people say there's not enough walkie-talkies. we'll carve out some money. We will find some money for walkie-talkies if that's an issue. We can problem solve what isn't there, but I want you engaged as fully as possible with those students in the learning. I think it's going to be a better experience for you as a teacher, and I know it's going to be a better experience for the students because I have my own students and I hear from them. How did school get? Sixth period teachers on her phone again all day. Like,
Madam Chair, I called the
you know what I
question.
mean? Yeah. So there you go.
Okay, I have a motion to call the question. I have to have a second to that.
Second.
Second that. Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor of calling the question and going ahead and voting, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, all right. So without amending anything, this is where we are, with leaving it as it is. Okay. Okay. All right, I will call for the vote of the approval of policy 4318 as it is currently written. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, 5-2. Thank you.
All right, the next policy you have on the agenda is 5210, distribution and display of non-school materials. If you look on, let me get it pulled up real quick. You look on the last page under E, you will see the addition. Principals and teachers shall limit displays in the classroom, school buildings, ball fields, school grounds, and buses, such as signs and flags, to materials that represent the United States, the state of North Carolina, Johnston County, the school name, mascot, post-secondary institutions, school-sponsored events, sponsorships, military flags, family photos, student art, and/or the approved curriculum.
Okay, this is a first read.
This is a first read. It's
So
information
this-
only.
This is information only. So what we're doing is we're going to discuss this. Then this will go back to the policy committee, and they meet Thursday. We
Yes.
can address it on Thursday. But again, want everybody's comments on this. But again, it would go back to the policy committee. Everybody straight on that, and then it would come back in the next board meeting in regards to, it would be a first read again.
No, it would be
Could be
for
a
second,
second
it will be for second read,
be
because
second
this
read,
is the
okay.
first read information.
Okay. So I'm just opening the floor, but I wanted you to understand that there'll be no vote on this today.
I'm going to ask the question, what are we getting at here? Because I feel like there's some targeted things and I just want it to be said out loud.
I made a call, I think, to Dr. Pierce about, what was the purpose? And I think that's a valid question. What are we trying to get at here? What is the problem that we seem to have? I question, we had an email that dealt with this policy about how materials are distributed in our school system. And, I called and talked with the individual. I talked to Dr. Pierce about it, and the question was, we have a policy. The issue is, did we follow, or are we following the current policy we have? And my concern was, let's make sure we are following the current policy with display of materials, which I think would, whether that was the answer or not, I don't really know. But, I don't know. When I read this, I was not sure what we're coming from. Based on, some, I guess, stuff out on Facebook or what have you. It's targeted to certain flags, gay flag, if you will, pride flag, if you want to, that was a picture that had one stuck by a cabinet behind the teacher's desk. Is that what we're trying to prevent? But if you get my concern is that we are setting ourselves up, we're digging ourselves in a hole for a lot of issues that this is not a big, if we follow the current policy as written, we won't have too many problems. But we get down to issues of, family photos, student art. What about the t-shirts that the kids wear to school? What are we going to do with all these things? I mean, we're just going to get in the biggest morass that you can think of, because people are going to, obviously we have a policy that covers, stuff we know we shouldn't be wearing, stuff that incites, stuff that, is pornographic in nature or very suggestive in nature, that is indecent, and there's too much indecent stuff that is put out there by leaders of the country, state, local, national, you name it, that should not be done. But there's something about teachers having personal space. Are we trying to regulate what they do there that our policies don't cover? So we're, family photos, student art, t-shirts some people wear, that any of us could wear, that don't cross the line of the policies. Are we aiming to try to regulate that? So, I think it's a valid question. What is this going to accomplish for us that we already don't have if we enforce current policy?
Well, I think as far as clothing, we've got a standard that we've set for our students and our staff. And I think that's a common standard across the school system. In the same case, there should be a standard in the classroom of what should and should not be implemented in the classroom. And that's no different than what we ask our children and staff to wear.
I would say implementing something in a classroom and just having it there are two different things. If you implement something, you're promoting it, actively promoting it. And, but if it's there, rather than nobody's drawing attention to it, no matter what it is, how many people would really notice it. So, but, my main concern is I think this paragraph will dig us a little more hole than we really want to get into in terms of trying to distinguish, what fits that and what doesn't fit that when you get down to it.
There were some objectionable things, like teachers' own personal agendas, ideas, thoughts, whatever, not curriculum related, displayed in classrooms. And I asked our superintendent, can we talk about that? Can that be removed? And I was told we don't have a policy against it. And that is what has presented this to us. So that's my understanding of why we're here.
So specifically, what agenda? I think it's a simple question, and that's what I want to know. I don't sit on the policy committee, so I had no input into this, and I want to know what agenda.
There were pride flags being flown, like kind of displayed largely in classrooms, it's my understanding. And here's the thing, that teacher has that personal right to have her beliefs and her activism, but not in the classroom where the students are. This is not curriculum related. It's not developing students. And frankly, it might imbue values into students that maybe their parents have a problem with. Right or wrong, it's just what it is. Just like I don't think we are going to allow teachers to be hanging Christian flags up behind their desks or on the walls or other types of things, maybe Nazi flags. I mean, there's a whole host of things that aren't curriculum related that probably just shouldn't be in the classroom.
But the concern was brought forth not because of a Christian flag or a Nazi flag. It was brought forth because of concerns about a pride flag.
What does the pride flag have to do here? What's the,
I'm just asking because to me, it feels like we're targeting a specific thing.
Well, you know, the policy states those things that are allowed. And those are the things that are normally in a school classroom that are not of a great, you know, I mean, again, students are a captive audience within a classroom. They don't have a choice. And we're just trying to make sure that our focus is the main thing. And I just believe that we need to make sure of that.
No, I agree. I mean, I personally have no. We all have our beliefs and try and do things. But I can tell you this, my beliefs don't change when I walk through that door and sit in the seat. I try to make decisions that are going to be fair for everybody. Now, I'd buy a Christian flag for every teacher in the county. They wouldn't hang one up in their classroom. Well, I can get a Gideon's to give Bible to every student in the classroom. But then I'm the bad guy. But then when we do a policy that says, okay, that we won't put anything in, that I'm still the bad guy. So I don't get it.
I'm not saying you're the bad guy. I'm just saying that I think this policy is born of targeting a specific, I guess, signal to our students that a teacher may be like a teacher who will not do student harm, right? Like teachers all come to school with their own personal belief system. And some teachers are more supportive of our LGBTQ students than others, right? And that's a way just to let our students know that I will not do harm, right? We have teachers who have different views about that. And if they choose not to have it up, that's fine. But nobody's actively trying to teach a kid how to be gay by putting up a pride flag.
Well, what the logic is, if we look at logic, I'm told that I can't do a Bible because that would be indoctrinating someone for the Christian faith because they could see that Bible, they could see that Christian flag. But if you see a pride flag, that's not indoctrination as well?
It's not a religion.
And my question was, is it indoctrination?
It's also not a religion. I don't have a problem with the Gideon Bible being in our school either.
Well,
but we have to provide access to all.
Well,
that's the whole thing with the religious part is that if you provide access for one religion, you have to, by law, you have to provide access for all if they ask for it.
all right, the issue is not Gideon Bible being displayed in the schools. That's right. The issue was, did we follow the proper policy? Did we have the correct disclaimers? And, you know, who was involved in placing and taking them down? So that was the concern, that, you know, we follow that policy, you know, and so to speak, that we just follow the policy.
and there hasn't been a policy about flag displays or other types of activist type displays in the classroom, which is what brought this forward. And here's the thing, there shouldn't be a teacher in our system that needs a flag to demonstrate to students that they aren't there to harm them. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. I don't know a teacher in a classroom today that wants to harm their students. It's just crazy to me. And we don't need a flag to tell students that we're going to educate them and we're going to do our jobs and we're going to do it professionally. and there isn't a bias.
Okay, I'll change that verbiage to respect who they are when they show up in their classroom.
Are you saying that our students aren't being respected by teachers?
And there are some teachers who bring in their personal bias into the classroom when it comes to dealing with certain students. It happens.
I'm gonna say this. As many students that are okay with the flag being in there, any flag, there are some students that also have issues with it being in there. We are supposed to be student-centered, all students. So either take it all out and just focus on the curriculum. That's it.
But nobody's saying that we're not focused on the curriculum. It's not like the teachers in the classroom are going, look at my flag every day and point it out, or.
The teacher's not. But when I'm getting multiple emails, multiple phone calls, there is a distraction in the classroom. But I mean, it's not my personal opinion. It's something that's been told to me. I'm just relaying the message.
Well, I believe the way the policy is written, you know, I think I discussed this with Dr. Pierce. The way it's written, you got family photos and you got student art. And whether we like it or not, the teacher has her, quote, personal space, as I was told. And, you know, those displays are going to be seen by students coming in and out of the classroom. Because if I'm gay and I've got a family, I'm going to put my photo there. And that, you know, so that's fine. You know, at the end of the day, I think you're really, you know, if that is the purpose, is to prevent some of these flags, that 50% of the students might not like it, 50% like it. I will say this, C.S. Lewis, in his book Mere Christianity, made the point, devout Christian man, that governments represent, in his case, Christian and non-Christian. And then it's up to us, or governments, to make laws that everyone can live with. If 50% of the probably, yes, are offended by it, maybe, or don't like it, or uncomfortable, but you have the other 50% that are comfortable with it. You know, you take it out, then you make the other, you discriminate once in favor of the other. But anyway, that's probably off track.
I want to be clear
but I think, you know, I just think what's going to happen is what we're, you know, trying to control things, but there's still avenues in here that is somebody's not going to be happy with, and we're going to get calls about it. And how deep into it do we get to say you can't do this, you can't do that? So that's just, you know, so I think whether we leave it in there or take it out, we're going to have to deal, you know, we'll have objections to something.
Well, this will be discussed Thursday morning at the policy meeting. We didn't announce that, but we do have a policy meeting Thursday morning at 9. Yep. It's on our calendar, but we'll discuss this further, and then it will come back at the next board meeting for second read. Okay. All right. Let's move to the 1710. Is that right?
Yes, and I hope I caught them, but I think everything that was left, just so everyone knows, everything is on a first read. So nothing was for a vote tonight. So 1710, and you see the strikes and go from there.
I'll jump right in. I wanted this pulled simply because we have been down this road a few months ago. And at the end of the day, the policy was not changed. And this board told the public at that time that this policy would not be changed or rewritten until federal law changed. Now, federal law is not changed. And we're coming in here, and again, we're going to strike the protections that federal law give to different classes or classes of people that make it very clear that these are protected against bullying, harassment, or what have you. You remove if you remove any one individual of those protected classifications, you've taken away some protection and rights of that individual group. So I'm just, one, we have made a statement to the public that this law, that these policies won't change until federal law changed. We're only reacting here to an executive order that has no legal standing. It can't change federal law. That, you know, the spirit of the executive order, I think, you know, stands on its own from where it came from. But our issue is, we have made a statement that we're not going to change this till federal law changes. And in my opinion, this has to do with this board's public trust, has to do with this board's integrity. Are we true to our word? And I just don't think that we need to come in here and I know y'all have told me, well, we're not changing the wording. Yes, you are. You're taking out the very specific language that says you can't discriminate and bully these folks, these classes. And we're striking it everywhere. The other part that I have a problem with, we put in here, harassment is described by GS 115C 407. What is that?
Okay, just to be clear, what we did was we made sure, and the reason why we striked it is for that specific reason. We went in and referenced the law that describes the bullying policy. So 115.407.15 gives description to those that are not to be discriminated against. And to be clear, there are some in the law that aren't even listed in our policy. And frankly, if I was one of them, I'd be offended because of that. So what we did is we cleared things up. We referenced the law so people can go to the law. It's hyperlinked in the policy. You can click it. It'll take you straight to it. And there's a list. I think we listed maybe 8 on our policy. There's probably 15 in the law. So we did remove wording, but what we did was we referenced 115C 407.15, which is hyperlinked within our policy.
So we took out language that is in the state legislation, and we put a reference and a hyperlink to go to find what that language is. Why would we not make a policy that is clear? We don't need to have to hyperlink them to send them to the state legislature. It should be written in black and white in our policy. We're playing games. We're playing games here. The other thing I want to tell you is you look on down, section E, training and programs. Training or program should, 1, provide examples, 2, teach employees to identify groups that may be the target of discrimination, harassment, and bullying. So that is exactly what the policy should say. You do not, this is who you need to know, that you have to be aware. It's race, it's color, it's religion, it's ancestry, it's gender. You know, I just think we're targeting, we're trying to remove language of something that some of us don't like, and I understand that, but federal law says under Title VII, you're protected.
The two contentious items to be removed were sexual orientation, gender identity. And in lieu of just removing 2, we wanted to make it very broad and let everyone know nobody in this district, it is acceptable to target, harass, or bully. So we simply link the law and say these are the protected classes, and they're actually not even characterized as protected classes by the North Carolina's general statute, but they essentially become protected classes the way they have the statute written. So we're saying we're going to follow state law, that these protected classes remain protected by our policy, and we are going to remove all other language around protected classes in terms of identifying certain ones versus other ones. We changed the policy, this board changed the policy in compliance with the executive order under the Biden administration. It's not federal law to have gender identity. We changed it because of the Biden administration policy. There is a new administration who has reversed that. And that administration has said, we will remove your federal funding if you don't remove gender identity and sexual orientation in your direct policy. So we are trying to comply with the federal mandate from the executive order and not lose federal funding, and also comply with the state mandate of the statute. That this policy does both those things.
And I think Ms. Antoine is correct. We added the gender identity to the USDA policies a few years ago under the Biden administration because they threatened to take away our funds for lunch, for our nutrition. And that's why that was added at that point in time. And that was an executive order, and we did it. And, you know, and again, that's what is referred to here. That's what the issue is here. So the precedent was, and to Kay's point, the precedent was said, we did respond to the Biden administration executive order by adding those groups under an executive order because we didn't want to risk losing funding for the food nutrition program. Now, if we are going to follow the Trump executive order, then you would remove those. Now, that's, you don't have to like it, and people don't have to like it or not like it, but that's just the way society's been from the top with our the two presidential elections. I mean, the Biden administration said put it in, Trump put it in or risk losing your funding. Trump administration says take it out or risk losing your funding, and they're both executive orders that we responded to. So I mean, that's
the federal law. The case, what was the case? Clayton versus Bostic. Is that correct? That's correct. Clayton versus Bostic is a federal Supreme Court decision that specifically says that these classes are protected. They enumerated on everyone. It wasn't an executive order that said it was a federal law. Now, and it's very clear that executive order is not law, does not change the law. And, you know, you can say they'll take federal funding away if they want to, but either Biden administration, if you didn't change it, if he wanted it changed, or Trump administration, they're going to lose in the courts. They're not going to be able to keep your funds away because it's federal law. Until that federal law is reversed or struck down, that is it. And I just contend that, one, we have told them we're not going to change it, and you just said when you were talking that, well, we decided to change it and use this language. We're changing it. But we have told folks that we're not going to do anything with this policy until federal law changes.
I never said that. I never said that.
The chairman did.
Okay. My point here is, look,
and we're all on
here's the
this
thing.
board
It's a
together.
ping pong. It's a ping pong. They keep, this administration does this, and all of a sudden we're changing policy. Oh, new administration does that. We don't want to lose funding for that, so now we're going to change it here. It's a ping. So what we did is broaden out the language. There's no more ping pong.
There is no ping pong.
We are going to follow. We are going to follow
federal
the
law is not
statutory
changed.
protected classes.
No executive order has changed the law. Neither one of them. We're not ping ponging. We're talking about
they are
federal law.
part and parcel
But
of
anyway,
the law.
that is my real overriding issues. One, protections that are listed and we've got them in the policy, we shouldn't take them out. On top of the fact that we have already been through this road and we told the folks that we weren't going to change it until federal law changes. Now we're changing it. I think we lose trust. I think we lose credibility, and I think we should be very careful before we do it.
Okay.
I also want to add that just putting a hyperlink into a policy, I pulled it up to see how to navigate it on the NC Leg page, and it is not easy to get to for the general public. Like, I know what I'm looking at, and I know how to find it. That is a bad idea. And they should absolutely be listed. They should be enumerated in our policy because we need to reference. Like, we need to be specific in order for people to know and not have to go and look up what the North Carolina statute is on this. That's fair to our students. If it's policy, and it has to do with code of conduct, that's fair to our staff. To make them have to go and look it up and read the statute for themselves is just, they shouldn't have to do that, and we should absolutely be listing who we're protecting. Absolutely.
Okay.
So we
So
have
we're not
one
gonna-
more question. Why is not the North Carolina State Legislature taking the language out of their statutes? They're not addressing it. They're not changing it. Why? Because it's federal law. And they're
Because they
not
don't,
gonna
they don't
do
list
it.
them as protected classes, Kay. If you actually read the statutory language, it says these are not protected classes. And what is a gender identity? I don't know. I have no idea what a gender identity is. I know there are two genders. I mean, you just want to get down to brass tacks. Like, I'm just trying to be reasonable here and say, look, I don't want to keep ping ponging back and forth. Let's just make something that's broad, that we're going to follow the law on and be done.
Okay, this will go back to the policy committee on Thursday morning. We need to hear and remember what everybody said. I do want to just say one thing. When we came to the policy committee and we talked about this, we had in our I'm just trying to be as transparent as I can be. The spirit of what we were trying to do was that we had listened to a lot of the public comment, and many said, just do all kids. Just do all students. And both sides said that. Both sides said, make sure we're protecting all students. And so that was really the spirit, I think, that which we got to this point. But we, that's the job of the policy committee, to go back, to review and remember what's been said here, because obviously we have great passion about this as a board. So we'll go back on Thursday morning and we'll talk further about this and take in consideration, because everybody's given insight into, from this point on, what would it be? And so we'll do that. Is that okay? I mean, that's what we need to do and see. But I can assure you that the spirit was that all students in Johnston County are to be protected. But we'll go back and revisit that.
All right. Your next policy was 7100.
Was that 4313?
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, it was the student use of social
all
networking
right.
sites.
4313. I apologize. I had 7100 on. All right, 4313.
Yeah, it's the same argument, right? With the protections being removed to specific to race, religion, gender.
Same argument. I feel like
The general statute.
If you look under A, and it's just that second page A. So it's the same type of issue.
It's the same conversation that we just
Been
had.
stating that, say the same
Yeah.
thing. Okay,
we'll
either
keep in
one.
mind everything that's been said.
I think if we deal with the 1710, dare I say appropriately, then it would follow that all policies that have that language in it would be left as they were without any changes. So, that is just, we need to be consistent in all of our policies in terms of being specific, so people will know exactly what. And please don't get me wrong, I understand what you're saying. All students should be protected. But I will say that the caveat to that was, if you are going to change this policy, you should say all students. They didn't say, we want you to change it and say all students. They said, if you change.
Yeah, it does. It says Johnston County Board of Education acknowledges the dignity and worth of all students, employees, and staff, and strives to create a safe, order, and caring, inviting school environment to facilitate
And
student
that we will
learning
not
achievement.
tolerate unlawful discrimination.
That's
And
right.
what- But we're going to take it back, and this one will go back as well, because obviously this involves the same statement. Okay? Everybody good?
That's it.
All right. You got one more thing.
Oh, yeah. The
Yeah,
main
you got the
event,
man here.
The one we made stay here the
All right.
longest.
All right, look, I know all of you, just get, Mr. Watson,
We hadn't discussed, I think 4304 was pulled out. Was it pulled out? I thought
4304 was already approved.
I didn't pull that.
I think.
All right. All right, this time, Mr. Marlon Watson's going to come up and talk to you about contract transportation.
And while he's coming up, Mr. Marlin, we are so grateful to you.
Thank you.
For years, this past year, and how smoothly things went. And I acknowledged this at the commissioners meeting the other day, but the accident that we had at Princeton Elementary, I thanked the commissioners and again told them how grateful we are for our EMS services and for everything. But the job that you and Dr. Pierce, Chase Farrell, and all of your staff, when they showed up, I got there a little while after the accident happened, and it was overwhelming to watch how well you are prepared and how well your staff, all of you, Dr. Pierce, the principals, the teachers, ministers from the community came, more ambulances than I've ever seen in one spot. And I just thank you because you
Thank you.
planned for that. You know,
Thank you.
you have to be ready for that every day. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Good evening, Dr. Bracie. Good evening, board members. Last time I came in here, I think it was Bus Driver Appreciation Week, and I didn't get an opportunity to say anything, which was great. And so when Dr. Pierce asked me to join you guys tonight, I thought it was another trick. So what I wanted to present to you is that currently we are utilizing 3 contract vendors to transport our kids that have long ride times, kids that are deemed to be McKinney-Vento students, as well as our students that are medically fragile. And so what I'm asking for tonight is that we go into another contract with a single vendor versus 3 vendors to continue the services to transport kids that are outliers, meaning kids that we're transporting out of county, kids that we're transporting out of district, kids that can't tolerate a long ride time. Also, the last 3 years, we actually spent $1.5 million just to kind of put a number in perspective of what we've actually spent over the course of the last contract, which was 3 years. I think we started the contract back in 22, and this is the final year for the current contract. And again, we do currently have 3 vendors. I know there was a question in my absence during the work session about Title I. That was my mistake. I spoke to Dr. McKenna yesterday. We don't foresee adding Title I pre-K as well as fee for services in North Carolina pre-K. So that kind of drove up the cost when we did have those kids because we was transporting them on midday runs as well, getting them, to and from school. So I'm sorry for the language in there, but I did want to give you some clarification and see if you have any questions for me.
I think the only question we had, and I'm not suggesting anything, is it cheaper to do it this way than to purchase 3 vans and hire the drivers? And you're laughing at me now, so I guess that's not a good question to ask you.
No, that's a great question, actually. It is cheaper, more economical, more efficient. And when I say efficient, meaning that we control the drivers, we control, the routes, we control the monies that we spend. So yes, sir, to answer your question, it would be beneficial to purchase 3 additional vans. One thing that I want to say as well, we need to purchase more vans anyway, because right now we currently have 7 vans, but we only run 6, only because we have to have a spare van. And about a little over a year ago, we had a unfortunate accident where one of our vans was hit head on. And so that van was totaled, and we barely had enough money in capital funding to replace that van. So I think that, purchasing more vehicles would be great. That would actually lower the cost of what we would have to spend as far as state money.
Mr. Watson, for the public knowledge, if I was a parent sitting listening to this video, I'd go, well, why are we even going out of county to pick up kids? Can you explain why we do that for them?
Sure. We have kids that are deemed, in another county, we would call them SIT, kids or students in transition. And so we have kids that have been displaced, and they may be living in a hotel in a different county. However, they still have the right and opportunity to come to Johnston County Public Schools, which is the place of origin. And so it's our responsibility to pick them up. At one point, I reached out to Wake County, not in this district, but another district. And I asked Wake County, would they support half of the transportation or half of the cost? They said, yeah, we'll transport your 6 kids if you help us with our 85 kids. So, you know, of course, I just said we will more than be happy to pick up our 6 kids in your county. So, but we are supposed to share costs. But in cases like that, I think it's just more beneficial for us to pick our kids up out of county.
Is a large majority of this McKinney-Vento?
No, we have, so we have Choice Academy, which that clientele picked up towards the end of the year. We have IB Avid, where we have to pick up kids on the outskirts of the county and bring them to Smithfield. We have, you know, some of our medically fragile students as well that we pick up out of their homeschool district and take them to another district or attendance area.
Okay, I think this is 5 years?
Yes.
What is it? Can we get out of the contract at any point in time? Or are we stuck with it for 5 years?
So we're locked in for 5 years unless they do something to, you know, terminate the contract.
I guess the reason I'm asking is obviously we may not have time now to look into our own things because obviously the school year is coming up. But I didn't know if we could do something now and then look into the possibilities of in-house things. Because I know that's the drivers and all that kind of stuff. And if
it is, it's an up to amount.
Right. Right.
And we actually looked at 3 years again, but according to my experience, we get better rates if we extend it out to 5 years.
And they can provide, this one company can provide the transportation for all those kids?
Currently, yes, only because we have 6 other vans that we support. That support getting these kids back and forth to school that we actually own.
Choice Plus would not be our general transportation to Choice Plus because we use buses there, don't we?
We use
Both.
We use buses as well as vans.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Because I know they're coming from all different areas. Okay.
You're talking like 1s and 2s way out.
Yes.
We go and grab them with this van.
Right. The ones that if we were to take buses and pick up those kids, we'd be late getting to school.
This is actually less, it would be less expensive than the vans, but it's less expensive than a bus?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
Well, that's not really a very good question. But, you know, back in the day, we drove a big old bus out there and we got 1 or 2 kids and we brought them back. Now we're contracting with someone to do that.
Yes.
Rather than using our own bus with poor efficiency rating to go get 1 or 2 kids. That's
For those
my
are the
point. So really,
outliers.
this is a better deal
Yes,
than
ma'am.
us doing that. Okay.
If we wanted to purchase more vans, we've got to have capital funding.
You can't get that out of this
We
fund.
can't pay it out of this fund. So,
Right. I understand that. I didn't know if we had to wait 5 years to
no, we
look
could,
into it.
if we were receiving capital funding and request this, we would just not use this service and use our own van.
Right, because we can pay them whatever. Because if we tell them we don't have any kids, then they don't pick up anybody.
Then we use this service.
So we're locked in the contract, but we aren't locked into a certain number of kids they pick up.
Correct.
Gotcha.
That's correct.
Is this state funded?
It is state funds that we use. It's eligible for state funds to be used.
So we're only charged for their use, period. So if we don't use them, we don't pay anything.
Correct.
All right.
So this clarity.
Is it based on the mileage? How are they calculating what they're charging us?
Per day rate. So they charge us a per day rate per vehicle. So that vehicle may run all 3 tiers, meaning it may run elementary, middle, and high in the morning, elementary, middle, and high in the afternoon. And we could also use them during middays as well. And that rate could be, I think this year we paid maybe $325 per day per vehicle.
Are we maximizing the efficiency of those days?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And this company is the best or the least expensive?
Yes.
Or there's not companies knocking down our door?
We haven't really dealt with this company. This will be the first time that I've dealt with this company. The 3 companies that we currently have, they service Wake County, they service Durham, and I've had past experience with them, but the rates was just, I'm trying to be a good steward of Johnston County Public Schools money, and the rates was just enormously high. Absolutely.
What is do you know on average how much you're getting the van to drive in a day?
Well, I can tell you that our vans actually traveled anywhere from 20,000 to 33,000 miles this school year. So we're putting a lot of miles on our vans I don't know what the vendors drove, but just our mileage.
Do you create the route for them, or do they create their own
We create
routes?
the routes.
So
We
you
control
would
it.
know exactly how many miles you're having them travel for that
Yes, ma'am.
$325.
Absolutely.
I'd like to have that number. I think that would be an interesting comparison to whether or not it makes sense for us to hire a driver and purchase the van and the insurance and all the other things that go along with it.
So miles per day per van?
Any other thoughts? This is an action item, so I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Donovan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, any further discussion or questions for Mr. Watson? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approval of the contract for transportation, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
I will entertain a motion to adjourn. I have a motion by Ms. Lee. I have a second by Mr. Donovan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank y'all.